Are you and your dog looking for a new build home? Start your search on Homes.com, a comprehensive marketplace for newly built homes and communities. All new homes, all in one place.
Introducing the all-new Velotric Discover 3 e-bike. Step through with ease with an adjustable air suspension fork, suspension seat post, and ergonomic breathable saddle. Comfort is yours, and everything simply feels in tune. Then your ride becomes your own with smart tuning that personalizes power to you and quick sensor swap with an adjustable air suspension fork, suspension seat post, and ergonomic breathable saddle. Comfort.
Here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Well, beautiful to see all of you here tonight, Space Fams. Thursday evening. Got a lot to talk about, but first, some shoutouts. Hermit Horologist, Mr. Spock, Amanda123 in the YouTube chat. Echios, a close fourth. Noah Noep also here. Omega Star. And Sasha Khan. Well, as I mentioned, got a lot to talk about here tonight. And it's all Iran, all evening. Yep, another Iran war update. What's going on? It's not entirely clear. Not entirely clear. Global economic system in peril. War continues even though Donald Trump says a deal is on the table. And all sorts of other stuff in between it. Really just sort of a terrible time right now. We'll try and get ourselves updated with everything that's been happening in the Middle East. But before we go to the Middle East, we should probably go to the United States. Where people, don't seem to know what's going on.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out?
I don't with Trump, but that done.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times!
You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
Who?
I have never heard that word
What's
in my life.
Ayatollah?
What's Ayatollah?
I never heard that word in my life. I don't know even what in the hell is an Ayatollah? Oh, America. Why? Why are we so stupid? I heard we went to war with Iraq. I mean, there's some just monumentally stupid things
I'm very
being said
happy.
The
here.
Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I have never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck
Lewis,
Norris yesterday.
what's
That was more
Ayatollah?
devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
That was more devastating to me. Oh, that was more. Oh God, Florida is such a cesspool of just so many stupid fucking people. I heard about Chuck Norris. That was really upsetting to me. Was it?
It was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
He's dead?
We killed him.
Oh, you did? You killed him?
Johnny!
You did it?
Whoa!
If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him.
I'd blow them up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably.
Oh my God! Spring break in Florida must be like the epicenter of stupid. Like on the planet, possibly the solar system, maybe even the universe.
It out.
Drop a bomb.
Oh my god.
Baby, bomb the out of them.
I would bomb the out of them.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic?
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I have heard nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care.
Where is Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
I'm drunk.
No.
I don't know.
I have to put my cards on the table until
Jesus
the guy who said I want
Christ,
to wipe them out or
America.
bomb the shit out of them. Even though I mean the president said the bigger problem is that the president said that, not that that person on the beach said it. But until they said that, I'm quite into people having a good time and not following politics. I think if anything, people potentially. This is a strange thing for someone who hosts a politics show to say, but I feel like maybe people think too much about politics. There's too much competition to make you angry about this or that and that, and I think maybe it's making society miserable. So people having a good time, getting drunk on the beach, having sex with each other, I'm fine with that. But yeah, don't then sort of say, let's just bomb them, and hopefully they didn't vote for Trump. There have, though, been very reasonable objections.
Hopefully
online,
they
which I
didn't
do-
vote for Trump. Michael, I can guarantee you that all of those people, all those, any of them that were, like, anyone that made it to the polls on voting day voted for Trump. Are you kidding me right now?
Take quite seriously of people saying that that scene was quite troubling.
Like, to some degree, that's Trump's base, is a bunch of, like, drunk people on the beach not able to put together a single intelligent thought, but managed to make their way to the polls and decided, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. He's going to shake things up. That's what
So
I hear.
Ishan Faror is a Washington Post columnist who said this: having just seen long lines for cooking gas cylinders on the streets of cities in India, one of many bystanders to the conflict whose population has been seriously impacted, I'm struck yet again by how relatively insulated the US is from the wars it unleashes. I think there's absolutely a lot to that. Obviously, if you're in Iran at the moment, you don't have the privilege of being unaware of the war that the Americans are conducting on your country. This was the take from Thomas Chatterton Williams, who writes for The Atlantic. He said, a lot of the problems in the world right now can be explained by this video. For one thing, it's a big reason why the US government is so unaccountable to public opinion. These are college students. A significant amount of the country is totally checked out and comfortable enough not to think it matters.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Those are all college-aged students, right? Those are young adults who are supposed to be the future of America. These kids don't know the difference between Colombia or Venezuela, Iraq or Iran. They're asked from a hole in the ground. I mean, it is actually kind of disturbing. It makes me a little worried about the future. No, we're not sending our best. They're not sending their best. And by them, I mean the United States.
I think I take Isham Faror's point more seriously than Thomas Chatterton Williams' point, because I think the bigger problem here is that the country conducting the war is relatively insulated from its consequences, whereas Thomas Chatterton Williams' point is that people aren't paying enough attention to politics. I think maybe that's always been the case, and often when lots of these people, if they became more sort of proactively engaged in politics, they might just become even more right-wing and want to vote for Trump and get down a Tucker Carlson conspiracy theory. I don't think the idea that if the one thing we want people to do is get really, really engaged in politics and then everything will be okay. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not recommending that those idiots get engaged in politics. I just get engaged in a little bit of reading. A little bit of light reading and what do you call it? Improvement, I guess you might. I guess that's what you'd call it. A little bit of self-improvement, and I mean intellectually. Because those kids need help. America, we are sliding down a slippery slope of terrible. We need to educate. We need to go educating ourselves a little bit better, okay? All right, everybody. All right. How's that sound? A little less drinky, a little more ready. I know it sounds tough, but sometimes things in life that are tough wind up being beneficial in the long run. It's a crazy concept. No one's ever heard of it before. Just came up with it just now.
I'm Richard Gaseford here in Friendly, a small town in Maryland, to discover what people know about this war and where they're getting their information from.
In case it's unclear, he's in Maryland. I know he's said it strangely, but this is in the state of Maryland.
Discover what people know about this war and where they're getting their information from.
Television. Yeah, television is the best source that we can get some news.
And do you trust what you're seeing and what you're hearing?
Well, not everything is trustworthy.
A lot of my news comes from social media, unfortunately, and my algorithm leans quite a bit left. So what I know about the war is mostly from left-leaning sources. I try to mitigate that.
You're having to work quite hard to get a balance of views and news.
Oh, 100%.
I know that gas prices has increased.
And where are you getting the information from that helps you
Same
understand?
as what Reginald said, social media. As you scroll, you might not want to see it, but it appears. And then from the news.
And when you watch the news and you see these social media feeds, do you trust what you're reading and seeing?
With a grain of salt.
All I know is that we strike Iran's biggest leader. And to me, I think that was kind of like crazy. Growing up, you realize more that the internet sometimes not telling the truth. So sometimes I believe it, or if I don't believe it, I look up more research on it.
So as the war goes on, you're watching more news?
Yes, sir. I've been watching the news ever since that started.
Are you hearing much at all?
No, actually, no.
I'm not hearing much at all, really. Well, there you go. Most people getting their news from social media. Where you all are right now. Well, while we're in the United States talking about people being dialed into the narrative, we should talk about one man who's struggling to dial into any particular narrative at all. And that is California Governor Gavin Newsom.
We noted the other day when Gavin Newsom was on with, who was it? Pod Save America, and was willing to say that Israel was an apartheid state, which was surprising because a couple of months earlier, he was on with Van Lathan and sort of like implied that Van Lathan was maybe had some bias against, special type of bias against Israel for asking what his perspective was on Israel and whether he took money from AIPAC. He's like, I never even think about that. Like, why would you even, so interesting that you would do that. And then he came on Pod Save months later when really things had become more than obvious for the Democratic Party that support of Israel and providing them weapons is toxic amongst really almost the entire Democratic Party now, almost, and certainly amongst independents and, you know, all the people supposedly that the Democratic consultants would say that you need to appeal to. But it looks like Gavin Newsom, who honestly, I have to say, I've been watching politics professionally for 20 some odd years. I do not know if I have seen a politician with his profile change their positions on so many different things so dramatically over the course of like a year. Like, remember, like when Trump won, he was all over like having Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro on his podcast, and this is the whole thing. And then it was like,
Steve Bannon.
You know, after battling with DeSantis, and then he decided to get into with Trump about, like, you know, on Twitter and sort of like adopt the Trump personality. I mean, he's just all over the place. And at least he's consistent in that, because here he is now walking back what he said after he walked back what he said, walking back what he said.
Do you consider yourself a Zionist?
Do I consider myself a Zionist?
Yes.
I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel.
I revere the state of Israel. That's a gross sentence to say, I gotta say. It's a really weird and gross sentence. Ew. I revere the state of Israel. My God. Worships it. He loves it. Every night he goes to bed and he has a little Israel shrine, and he bows to it. He prays to the Israel shrine. He's like, oh, Israel, I love you so much. Oh, how I adore you. Oh, Israel, I honor you in every possible way I can think of. I revere you.
Zionist.
Do I consider myself a Zionist?
Yes.
I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel. I deeply, deeply oppose Bibi Netanyahu's leadership, his opposition to the two-state solution, and deeply oppose how he is indulging the far right as it relates to what's going on in the West Bank.
Do you regret using the word apartheid to describe
I used it, I do in this context that I said it and I referenced why I used it. A Tom Friedman article in that same sentence where Tom used it in the context of the direction that Bibi is going.
Not the current
and the
state.
concern, correct.
Okay.
And that is a legitimate concern I have that I share with Tom, that direction, if that vision in that direction of the far right that Bibi is indulging, that if they see the full annexation of the West Bank, then that's not something, that's a word you may hear others use.
Oh, Got Real Estate says Fetterman's about face was as dramatic. Fetterman did one radical turn.
About immigration.
About immigration.
Yeah.
But like literally over the course of 6 months, Newsom has jumped back and forth like literally like a tennis player switching sides.
Yeah, like he doesn't know people could see all these things he's doing.
Can we go back to that pod save? Do you have that handy? Because I'd be really curious. I don't remember him talking about Thomas Friedman. I don't remember him saying this is the direction that theoretically the country could be headed to. Maybe I misremembered it, and I want to be fair about this. Because I don't want to say that Gavin Newsom called it apartheid if all that he did say was like, if they continue to head down this road, I am afraid that sometime in the future, they will be considered by me an apartheid state. Here it is. Okay, we're going to try and do this. I mean, just fascinating.
Bibi's interesting because he's got his own domestic issues. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's got an election coming up. He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. Bibi's interesting.
All right, so he said it's sort of an apartheid state.
I mean, Thomas Friedman.
Well, Thomas Friedman, of course, has been completely wrong about everything for ages.
Yeah, like you could mention any human rights group that talks about this. And the thing that bothers me about this is how, like, brainless this is even compared to John Kerry in 2016. I have this clip. This was Kerry at the end of Obama's administration, being, very clear about what the stakes of this. And it'd be nice if we could get back to this point. Here's John Kerry.
Today, there are a similar number of Jews and Palestinians living between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. They have a choice. They can choose to live together in one state, or they can separate into two states. But here is a fundamental reality. If the choice is one state, Israel can either be Jewish or democratic. It cannot be both. And it won't ever really be at peace.
And the choice has been made.
One state and non-democratic.
Yep.
And the world has watched and effectively let it happen. Not everybody, but too much of it. All right, people, we're going to keep moving along with this show. We're not going to do a galactic content goal tonight. It's just an Iran war update show. I don't know how long it's going to take. It probably won't be anywhere close to 8 hours, I don't think. Unless something crazy happens between now and then. But let's stay on the topic of Iran and Israel and this war that's going on right now. While we're in the United States, we might as well check in with how popular this is with the American people. Who better to run the numbers than the great Harry Emden?
The president's choice to enter into a war with Iran has not been widely popular with Congress, as Sarah was just discussing. It hasn't been popular with the American people either. So how is it impacting Trump's approval rating? Sarah, CNN Harry Enton here now to run the numbers.
Oh, but before we do Harry, I almost forgot. I was saying I'm not going to do a galactic content goal, but we do have the galactic deficit still. However, somebody just donated from a meteorologist. Incredibly generous. We are within striking distance now, thanks to that dono. Thanks to that dono, $40. We are now $34 away from completing the galactic deficit. So incredibly close. We're on crimson alert right now with only 6 days left in the month. Five days? However many days. Five or 6 days.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. MNBA make news boring again.
MNBA make news boring
immediately,
again.
if not sooner.
Thank you, Omega, for the bits. Incredibly generous of you. All right, to the numbers. Harry Emden.
How is it impacting Trump's approval rating? Sarah, CNN Harry Enton here now to run the numbers. So, Harry, Fox was one of the initial polls, right, in terms of showing how the Iran war was sitting. It didn't really show that there was a big issue with it initially. Things are changing this morning in this latest poll that we have out.
That's exactly right. Look, when there was this slew of initial polls that came out, the Fox News poll was the one initial poll that did not show that the war was unpopular. That has changed. Trump has lost his one good poll when it comes to the Iran war, because just take a look here. Net approval rating of U.S. military action in Iran. In early March, it broke even, right? 0 points. What that essentially means is 50% approved, 50% disapproved. But down it goes. Look at this now. The net approval rating for the U.S. military action in Iran, negative 16 points. Just 42% of the American public approve of it. 58% disapprove. So now we're looking at basically every single poll in which the clear plurality or majority of Americans disapprove of the U.S. military action in Iran. Trump can no longer point to a poll that actually shows that among the general public at large, that the American public actually approve of this military action.
So this is the overwhelming for the Iran war. When it comes to how President Trump is handling Iran in general, what do we see?
So you see this negative 16 points, you think that's bad, but look at Trump's handling of it. It's even worse. Oh my. Okay, Trump's net approval rating of Iran. Look at this. Overall, 28 points underwater. Very, very unpopular Donald Trump's actions are when it comes to Iran. And look at those in the center of the electorate. Look at independents. Whew!
Whew, indeed, Harry. As we say around here, that's
awful. Weak.
That is awful. Awful, awful, awful. Weak. Just
Negative
terrible.
58 points. 58 points underwater Donald Trump is when it comes to Iran. And of course, this has been dominating politics over the last month. And so what we see here is the U.S. military action in Iran, not popular in a poll. It used to be actually not so bad in. And Donald Trump's handling of it, even worse. And those in the center electorate, you can barely find any independents at this point who approve the U.S. military action in Iran.
So earlier.
Yeesh. Seems like most people not a fan of Donald Trump's Operation Epstein
Are you still talking
Fury.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
The robot sped red through that. He did. He shortchanged you on that. It's not fair, Omega. It's not fair.
How rude.
It's very rude. It's very rude, robot. Space robots these days. Can't get good help. All right. Let me think. Do I give you the bonus video now, or do I give it to you later? We deserve it now. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. We may as well have something not terrible and depressing for a moment. Hasan Piker did an interview with Slate magazine.
People talk about your audience as a kind of woke manosphere. I don't know if you would take that as like an accurate depiction of your audience, but I'll throw it out there.
I guess. I mean, it's there's definitely a lot of bros in my audience for sure.
Daddies are more stronger than moms.
So yeah, I guess it makes sense.
I mean, I'm asking about that because it made me wonder if you, as a guy who's in this space, is seeing your audience change. Like, are you seeing actual people who are coming to your feed who are like, hey, I was a Tucker Carlson guy, but now Hasan Piker all the way?
Yeah, I mean, that's been going on for years. And many of them were also going down the right-wing pipeline, the alt-right pipeline. I have been able to, in my opinion, pull a lot of those people out of that pipeline.
You feel like you're in the conversion business.
When I'm talking about like anti-blackness, white supremacy, I'm not talking to black people because black people know it. They experience it every day. When I'm talking about transphobia, I'm not talking to trans people. I'm talking to transphobic people or people in the margins who are at least somewhat more charitable to my perspective.
Hey y'all, Mary Harris here from Slate's What Next podcast. I just got off the line with progressive Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. We talked about all sorts of stuff from his recent trip to Cuba to the war in Iran. So here's the conversation. Hasan, you just got back from Cuba.
Yes, I just got back from Havana, Cuba. I flew into Mexico and then to Los Angeles.
I mean, I know a lot of Americans are concerned about war in Iran right now, so why did you want to head to the Caribbean?
Because unfortunately, the American war machine doesn't just stop at Iran. It's constantly everywhere all at once. And Cuba has been an area that we have been uniquely evil to. And I wanted to investigate the ways in which my government has engaged in economic warfare against this island for the crime of creating dignity for themselves and achieving sovereignty for themselves in a successful revolution.
I mean, you might want to explain, like, over the last 3 months, Venezuelan oil has been kept out of Cuba, and it's having a tremendous effect on the locals. What did you see while you were there?
Yeah, so I
Okay, since we talked about Hasan's Cuba thing yesterday, and today we're just doing Iran update, I'm gonna skip the Cuba thing, if you all don't mind. You could, of course, find this video on it's a collab, so Slate or Hasan's channel, I think. 'Tis a collab, dear space fams.
Is
Multiple places for you to find
is very different than that. It's much worse than that.
You got pushback to your trip, as you might expect. Places like Fox News were kind of obsessed with the fact that your group stayed in a 5-star hotel, the fact that you were at the Vanity Fair Oscars party and you flew to Cuba after that.
Oh, they're still doing Cuba. I've been foiled. Foiled by my own petard, still talking Cuba. God damn it. When did they switch? Here? Let me think.
Internment of Japanese people? Absolutely not. But like, states have done much worse things than even the Cuban government has. And none of that is still a justification for continuing the blockade.
Okay, I want to pivot and talk about you a little bit. And I feel like I want to do that because people talk about your audience as a kind of woke manosphere. I don't know if you would take that as like an accurate depiction of your audience, but I'll throw it out there. Is that how you see it?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, it's there's definitely a lot of bros in my audience for sure.
I mean, part of the reason I
but
want
they are woke. So yeah, I guess it makes sense.
I mean, I'm asking about that because over the last couple of months, there certainly has been some evidence that the kind of younger voters who went for Donald Trump in 2024 are maybe changing their minds. And it made me wonder if you, as a guy who's in this space, is seeing your audience change. Like, are you seeing actual people who are coming to your feed who are like, hey, I was a Tucker Carlson guy, but now Hasan Piker all the way?
Yeah, I mean, that's been going on for years. And it's not even like a Tucker Carlson thing. I think it's more so like I've always had a lot of young men in this space from when I first started doing commentary. Were a little bit rudderless. Like they didn't really find a place in the Democratic Party. They had their opinions on certain issues, and they felt like the Democrats didn't really represent those values at all.
The way you've described Democrats in the past, you said they code as fake as shit.
Yeah, I mean it's true.
And so it's like they were feeling that is what you're saying from the political parties?
Yeah, they're insincere, right? And elitist and out of touch and smug in many respects, like from the perspective of like a young man. Like they grow up in this environment where they're like, oh, this is what are they offering me, right? Other than just a lecture. Like that's their perspective. And many of them were also I think going down the right-wing pipeline, the alt-right pipeline that was huge in like the 2016 to like 2018 era, if you recall. And I have been able to, in my opinion, pull a lot of those people out of that pipeline. And
I feel like you're in the conversion business.
Yeah, in some respects, yeah. I always tell my audience like my job when I'm talking about like anti-blackness, white supremacy, I'm not talking to black people because black people know it. They experience it every day. When I'm talking about transphobia, I'm not talking to trans people. I'm talking to transphobic people or people in the margins who are at least somewhat more charitable to my perspective, and who can be convinced.
Do you think that one of the issues now for the GOP, as we're watching these voters theoretically turn away from Trump, these younger voters, is that the GOP now codes as fake as shit? Because they're the ones in charge?
Yes and no. I think the GOP is definitely not fake in their immoral and indecent politics. I think their tendency to lean into culture war issues are not fake. They genuinely are invested in that. But I think the reason why young people are decoupling from the GOP very fast, this is something I predicted as well, something I talked about quite a bit, is because the thing that they lied about initially was that they were going to fix the inflation and the cost of living issues, right? And they never did that.
Also, no more foreign wars.
Yeah, no more foreign wars, fix the cost of living crisis, and also deal with immigration, which they had created as this like massive problem, as though it was like a real national security issue that migrants were responsible for, unlimited crimes on U.S. soil or whatever they were saying. It was a lie, right? There's no empirical evidence for this. As a matter of fact, the evidence showed the exact opposite, that migrants, both undocumented and documented, were responsible for a far smaller share of crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens were. But the Democrats unfortunately conceded on that because they were too fearful. They saw the polling, they didn't counter signal, they didn't counter message, and they completely dropped the ball and allowed the Republicans to dominate that conversation. And even on that issue, I think people are now realizing, yeah, what this meant. The idea that we have to deal with immigrants, it means kidnapping random neighbors in American cities, like sometimes occupying American cities with masked, unaccountable thugs.
Yeah.
And people don't like that. They very quickly found out that this is not what they wanted, actually. They thought only the criminals were going to be apprehended. And turns out it's just they're apprehending landscapers and barbacks and people.
I mean, the sign said mass deportation now at the convention, but yes.
I think a lot of people that vote, especially on the Republican Party side, they don't really know what they're voting for.
Yeah, I was reading one of these articles about the young voters who are like sort of rethinking their support for Trump, and I was really struck by this guy. This is an article in the Washington Post. A guy named Josh Byers who said he'd lost faith in Trump over the war in Iran, and then his conclusion was, "I don't really want to vote anymore. Like I'm really starting to just think it won't matter." And I was like, "Wow, that's a really bad outcome." That's a bad outcome, I think, personally, to be like less involved. Like, I guess there's a harm reduction involved in that if you're not voting for someone who I think is, behaving as an autocrat, but it's not the outcome that I think is going to get us where we need to go. That's what I worry about right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm desperately trying to change. There's a lot of voter apathy that has always existed. And I think Trump actually, to his credit, regardless of his fascism, is very good at activating low propensity voters. I mean, that much is clear, right? And he was able to do this in 2016, and he was certainly able to do this in 2024. And that's why he won. The problem is, I mean, he's lying to the people that voted for him as well, but he was utilizing economic populism in some instances and right-wing populism in others. But it was appealing because he was breaking the previous system that existed. Democrats, on the other hand, are seen as like
the system upholders, the
defenders. Yeah, the upholders of the system. Even now, when we're talking about Iran, like, what's the number one thing that the National Democratic Party criticizes the Republicans over? Process.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily that like we.
Yeah, this is something that we've been talking about recently as well, is that there's no ideological framework to their objections to what Republicans are doing. It's just like Hasan says, it's on process. It's, oh, you're not sticking to the rules. You think that you have good ideas, but you're just not doing it right. If you have your ID, you won't have a problem. Real simple. That you're living in a fucking dream world, pal. You're living in a fucking dream world. Now, the one thing that this war, Operation Epstein Fury, is leading to around the globe right now is serious supply crises. Different ones we're seeing all over the place. Slowly and surely, dominoes falling and hitting one another. There is no law that you need voter ID. You're saying the law is the law about a law that doesn't exist. You're living in a dream world. The law is the law, sir. About a law that doesn't exist. There is no federal law that says that you need voter ID. You fucking moron.
But oil prices continue to fluctuate as the Strait of Hormuz, this crucial waterway through which a fifth of the world's crude typically passes, remains shut, and the war shows no signs of relenting. Brent crude oil on Thursday has climbed towards $104 per barrel after losing more than 2% on Wednesday, with West Texas Intermediate trading near $92 amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And Japan, meanwhile, is releasing oil from its strategic reserves to try and ease the price pressure. The country depends heavily on Middle Eastern supplies, with about 95% of its oil imports coming from the region. So let's take all of this on. We can speak to Mu Xu, who's a senior crude oil analyst at Kepler and joins us now from Singapore. Great to have you with us. So oil prices, hovering around $104 a barrel, and it's no surprise with all this uncertainty.
Yes, indeed. And we think the oil prices will continue to stay at an elevated level. Right now, there are a lot of news and conflicting message actually around the negotiations and whether there will be some potential escalation move during the weekend. So if something happened, we might see oil prices potentially hit higher level, especially if the U.S. want to send the troops to take over Kog Island or take over the control of the Strait of Hormuz, because then that will for sure trigger Iran to initiate some severe revenge that potentially push the oil prices to, let's say, 120. But that could be a potential turning point in this war. But yet again, it's just a lot of uncertainties around here, and we just don't expect the oil price to go down anytime soon.
No, right. And what if the prices are to rise to, say, as you $120 and possibly above? What are the implications of that for the global economy and certainly the economy in Asia?
Right. So I think it really depends on what Asian countries we're talking about. For instance, like Japan, they still have a sizable oil inventories and they can continue release from these stockpiles, whereas some other countries like the Philippines, like Thailand, and even Australia, they don't have much oil reserves. So the higher oil prices not only means higher fuel price to them, that the pain is for real. Like there's just simply no gas in the station, and probably they need to ground the airlines at some point. So if the war drag along, let's say until mid or late April, we might see some severe implication like a civil unrest or some crisis in a humanitarian way.
All right, so that's from the certain countries within Asia. What about globally and how it might be the contagious nature of this?
I think to most of the country in the west of Suez, what they will see is mostly the price implication. For instance, in the U.S., they will see the gas prices going up, and that might give Donald Trump more pressures and make them try to reach a deal or to do something. And at the same time, more countries, I would imagine, would come out and to try to be the mediators in this war and talk to Iran. For instance, like the China 2 days ago, their foreign minister Wang Yi, they had a chat with Iran, hope to cool the things down a little bit.
Amid all the uncertainty, there's all this rhetoric.
Yeah, Asia right now is being hit the hardest after, of course, the Gulf countries. Serious shortages. Massive lines being seen at the pumps. We've seen some of the videos. Places like Bangladesh are heading into a deep crisis.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
Look, Cap for life, check this out, all right? I am going to ban you, okay? Screw what anybody else is thinking right now. I don't care. I will ban you because you're being condescending to people. You're coming at Frizla unnecessarily. You are, in fact, being a dick, and I don't appreciate it. So check yourself or prepare.
Wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and this has been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
Yeah, that is not good. I mean, a lot of these South Asian countries, including China, get a huge amount of their oil from the Mideast and via all the infrastructure in the Gulf. But like they just mentioned, the agricultural crisis is also going to be a huge problem, and it's not just them; it's everywhere. It's everywhere, because this stuff is it's a global commodity. Prices for urea and ammonia have skyrocketed. Accessibility to it, in terms of just even, I've been hearing farmers are struggling to even order fertilizer. What does that mean? Less yield. It means less yield. They can still plant crops, right? But they do not have the necessary chemicals to fertilize their crops. At a pivotal time, at the very beginning of the season here, spring just started, it was just a week ago. It's going to be detrimental to agricultural endeavors, the United States and everywhere else. Even though we have our own, even though the United States produces fertilizer, it's all getting sold on the open market. Doesn't matter.
When we start in the Middle East,
hot commodity
where
right
the
now.
war there is driving oil prices today amid contradictory messaging from the US and Iran about efforts to end the conflict. On Wednesday, benchmark Brent crude sank below $100 a barrel for the first time in almost 2 weeks after claims by President Trump that talks are underway and reports that Washington has sent a ceasefire proposal to Iran. But Iran's foreign minister has poured cold water on that, appearing on state TV.
Sasha Khan, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody on the YouTube. Not on
That's
Twitch.
on YouTube. To say there have been no talks and they have no intention of negotiating. Abbas Araghchi also reiterated Iran's authority over the Strait of Hormuz, but said it was closed only to the country's enemies. Well, this image that we're going to bring you there shows the Strait of Hormuz, what it was this time last year, with more, compared to yesterday, with more than 100 vessels transiting each day. And compare that with what it looked like yesterday, as you can see, quite a lot of movement and almost none. Well, despite reports of some ships connected to China and India being allowed through, the strait remains all but closed, stranding hundreds of ships and squeezing global supplies of oil, gas, vital chemicals and fertilizer. Well, last night, President Trump addressed a Republican fundraising dinner where he repeated his claims that the Iranians are negotiating.
We're winning so.
There's like a growing humanitarian crisis in the Gulf. I know that sounds weird, but all of these ships have crew aboard. They're going to have to do like a mass evacuation at some point when these people run out of food on these ships. I don't know exactly how many people there are on these ships in the Gulf, but I think it's in the thousands.
Big. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us.
Let's hear now from Amina Bakker, head of Middle East Energy and OPEC Plus research at Kepler, a market intelligence firm. Amina, let's start with this Strait squeeze. People really wondering about the price of oil now and if this squeeze continues for a few weeks.
Well, I think the squeeze is going to continue as long as the war is active, and there are still no signs that we are going to get a ceasefire. In fact, negotiations, as you rightfully said, they're not leading anywhere. It doesn't seem like Iran is ready to negotiate, and with Hormuz still, we have limited flows through there. We do expect oil prices to slide upwards from here.
Yeah, and I guess people worried about that price sliding perhaps exponentially at some point. There's also global supply chains impacted. And if we pick one thing, helium.
I tried to tell y'all we going towards the opposite side of the street. Who's we? You talk about this like you're on like a weird sports fan. We. Who's we exactly? If you're weird, you're a weird guy. You need help.
Mental health problem.
A lot of which comes from Qatar. It's not just for those balloons that we blow up. It's for making chip making. It's for medical imagery, space technologies. And this is being hit hard, isn't it?
It is. Qatar produces 30% of the helium worldwide. And yeah, helium has many industrial uses and for MRI machines, for example, in the healthcare sector. But across supply chains, we are going to see an impact worldwide. And the most vulnerable countries here are developing nations. And we've already seen a lot of countries in Asia, but also in Africa, start to cut down in terms of their working days. They're asking people to work from home. They are cutting street lights. So this really impacts the whole world, and it's not just a regional war, it's a war on the economy.
It's a war on the economy.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yep, gas prices skyrocketing. Shipping costs going way up. Crude capitalism. Trump's war on Iran is
as the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran
global
enters its 27th day, the U.S. is threatening to intensify its bombardment as Iran rejects a U.S. proposal to end the war. Iran has issued a number of demands, including war reparation payments and recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Since the war began, Iran has largely blocked ships from passing through the critical strait, causing a global crisis. The prices for oil, natural gas, and fertilizer have soared. On Wednesday, the head of Abu Dhabi's state oil company, Sultan Al Jaber, accused Iran of committing, quote, economic terrorism.
Weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz is not an act of aggression against one nation. It is economic terrorism against every nation, every consumer, every family that depends on affordable energy and food. When Iran...
Okay, just to address this fucking stupid point you keep trying to fucking make about this pipeline that got opened, and it's a Saudi Arabian pipeline. So stop saying we, first off. It's not our pipeline. It's in the country of Saudi Arabia. It's Saudi Arabia's pipeline. And it only makes up for some amount of it, and it also goes west. It goes west to the Red Sea. How does that help everybody in Asia? Right? The biggest supply shortages right now are in Asia. This doesn't help anything with that. This goes in the wrong fucking direction. So you're celebrating something that doesn't actually help the biggest part of this problem. So I don't know. You just need to stop saying words and start listening more, I think. And you gotta stop listening to the stupid people all the time.
Hormuz hostage. Every nation pays the ransom. at the gas pump, at the grocery store, at the pharmacy, every household. No country can be allowed to destabilize.
We're building an alliance with Saudi Arabia. Yo, this is the sort of comment that tells me just how ignorant you are. Weird is thinking the Saudi government will stay quiet. We building an alliance. We're not building an alliance with Saudi Arabia. We have an open alliance with Saudi Arabia. You fucking ingrat. You are a moron.
Come on!
We have been a lot. Oh, I'm not even gonna start with you right now. You are killing me.
The global economy in this way. Not now.
You're about to get muted.
Not ever.
Earlier this week, President Trump floated the idea of personally taking partial control of the Strait himself.
Maybe me. Maybe me. Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah.
This all comes as speculations growing the U.S. might attempt to seize Kharg Island, a key Iranian oil export hub in the Persian Gulf. The Pentagon has deployed thousands of paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. We go now to London, where we're joined by Adam Khania, the director of the SOAS Middle East Institute of the University of London. His most recent book is Crude Capitalism, Oil, Corporate Power, and the Making of the World Market. His new piece for the New York Review of Books is headlined Bottling the World Economy. And his recent op-ed for The Guardian is headlined, If Oil Price Shocks Weren't Bad Enough, Trump's War Could Have Other Unintended Consequences. Adam Khania, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. I want to start where we left off in that lead. This issue of the U.S. sending in thousands of paratroopers with the speculation that the U.S. might want to take over Kharg Island. If you can explain the significance of this in the Persian Gulf and talk about the significance of what this means and the war overall.
Well, absolutely. We need to situate this in the wider importance of the Strait of Hormuz, as we heard just now. Kharg Island is an essential oil export terminal for Iran. About 90% of Iran's oil exports depart from that island. So it's clearly an attempt by the Trump administration to take control of this critical chokehold, if you like, choke point within Iran's oil exports, but also within the Strait of Hormuz more generally.
And Adam Khania, if you could, your New York Review of Books article, Bottling the World Economy, lays out very clearly the trajectory, the economic trajectory of the Gulf countries from 1973, the founding of OPEC and the oil crisis, to the present. I mean, you point out in the piece that it's misleading to think of Gulf countries as only the source of oil for the world. If you could lay out that trajectory and why, as a result, the blockage of oil from the Gulf is having such wide-ranging consequences around the world.
Absolutely. I think one of the problems with so much of the media coverage around the Gulf and the current war is a stereotype of these Gulf states as simply being oil spigots, as simply being sources of crude oil and gas. And what it misses, I think, this focus on oil and the price of oil and crude oil is two major changes that have taken place in the world oil industry over the last decade or so. The first of these is that instead of going westward, the oil exports and gas exports from the region now flow overwhelmingly eastward, in particular to China. China takes around 1/4 of the world's oil imports. 1 in 4 barrels of oil go to China. So we can see this kind of eastward shift in the oil exports and gas exports of the Gulf states. And the second thing that's really important to understand is that alongside this eastward shift, the Gulf oil companies have really diversified down the value.
Oh my God.
Oh my god. You are a fucking idiot. I think I'm sorry, pal, but I'm gonna have to mute you. You're just a loud idiot, and you're just spamming chat right now. And you're just saying all these nonsensical things. We got $300 billion. You didn't get any money from the Saudi government. I had to look up what you were talking about because I couldn't figure out what you meant. You're referring to when Donald Trump and the Saudis met up, and they said when Donald Trump was in it was in the early months of his presidency, and he met up with the Saudis when everybody was announcing like all of these insane numbers. Like none of the things anybody's claimed has come through. All of those trillions of dollars Donald Trump has claimed people are going to invest in the United States, they're not happening. None of them have come to fruition. Like 0.1% of what's been promised has come to fruition, like from any of these promises. And you're going to claim this is some sort of victory for you, for we, for us, for America? Are you a fucking idiot? First off, even if all that money did come to the United States, that's not going to you. They're not just giving us money. They're vaguely talking about, investing, like buying land, like buying your like whatever, wherever you live, buying your apartment or your mom's basement or whatever, like that's what they're talking about. You're talking about the Saudis coming and buying up farmland, in valleys. At low points in the valleys so that they can suck up all the water from the aquifer, right? And export like alfalfa back to Saudi Arabia, right? Or like that's what they're talking about. Using up all of your water and electricity for AI data centers or something. But none of these, none of those things help you. If anything, those things probably hurt you. So you should probably stop applauding that kind of shit.
They're no longer simply exporters of crude oil. They are manufacturers of basic chemicals. They are manufacturers of basic fertilizers. And this is really a crucial shift in the nature of these states and their integration into the global economy. So if we take, for example, some basic chemicals, for example, helium. About a third of the world's helium comes from the Gulf. Now, this is not a really widely known fact. Most of it actually from Qatar. And what this means is that helium is a critical gas used in wide-ranging industries, semiconductor industries, in medical equipment, those sorts of things. And shortages of this gas really kind of ricochet down throughout industries and supply chains globally. The other, I think, very important example is the question of fertilizers. About a third.
Facts, not emotions, sir. No, seriously, look it up, Cat for Life. They're already doing it. I'm not Saudi Arabians are already doing the thing I just told you about, buying up land and draining the aquifer, growing alfalfa and then exporting it. That's already happening. That's been happening for years. Look it up. That's not a fictional situation. That's not a feeling I have. They've been doing it.
The world's fertilizer exports come from the Gulf, and this is because it's closely connected to the production of oil and gas. Saudi Arabia, for instance, is the world's largest exporter of urea, a basic nitrogen fertilizer. Oman ranks fourth in the world's export of this key fertilizer. So we're seeing price spikes for these basic fertilizers, but we're also seeing potential shortages of these fertilizers, and this is
just because this is like really bugging me because you're such an unwashed troll that just says a bunch of shit that you do not understand.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings, where we are counting down to Earth Day. It's going to be Saturday, by the way, and we've got our series Protecting the Planet. We are investigating a growing controversy in western Arizona that could lead to a reckoning over scarce water supplies. You may be surprised to learn that farms in that desert region are growing one of the most water-intensive crops there is, alfalfa, and they're doing it in an area where there is a shortage of available water. Some farms are foreign-owned, and they are shipping the crop overseas to Saudi Arabia. Amid a backlash, the state legislature is now considering a ban on most foreign-owned farms. Senior national and environmental correspondent Ben Tracy has our story.
Just outside of a western Arizona town called Hope.
And as you can see, there's no water.
Cattle rancher Brad Mead is finding it hard not to lose his.
This was your well.
This was my well.
And now you got nothing.
Nothing but dust. You can toss a rock in it, it's gone.
He then took us here.
This is the edge of your land here?
Yeah.
To show us his neighbor's land. He claims they've used so much water that his well went dry.
And that's all Fondamontes.
All of that green over there.
That green is alfalfa, one of the most water-intensive crops. It's used as cattle feed and being grown on these massive farms in the Arizona desert by Fondamonte, which is owned by one of the largest dairy companies in Saudi Arabia.
So when you look out there and you see all that green, what do you think?
I see money leaving America. I see water getting depleted.
It makes me very angry because
La Paz County Supervisor Holly Irwin has been sounding the alarm about these foreign-owned farms since they began operating here in 2015.
Why would a company from Saudi Arabia be growing alfalfa in the Arizona desert?
because they've depleted their natural resource over there. So now they're here.
It's illegal to grow alfalfa in Saudi Arabia
Illegal?
because it takes too much water. So Fondamonte bought vast tracts of desert in western Arizona on top of a massive groundwater aquifer.
These are our good friends, the Saudi Arabians. We're here because it's illegal to grow alfalfa in their country because they've run out of water and they're stealing our water, growing it and then sending it back so that they can grow beef for themselves. There you go. Not a fictional story. Real thing. You're welcome.
Absolutely essential, I think, to integrate into how we think about the economic consequences of Trump's war against Iran.
You also point out in the piece, you've just said now that China accounts for roughly 25% of global oil imports, most of which come from Gulf states. But unlike other Asian countries and indeed countries in Africa as well, China has a huge amount of petroleum reserve.
You just got another 24-hour, pal.
So if you first could talk about China as the so-called workshop of the world, how it is that it became the principal importer of crude oil. That was a position that was previously held by the U.S. and Europe. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If we look back to the year 2000, about 4% of the world's oil exports went to China. China was consuming about 4% of the world's oil trade. Today, as you said, that figure is now 25%. So this process, the first 2 decades of the 2000s, as China emerged at the center of global manufacturing, industry, industrial growth, industrialization, it came with it an enormous demand for energy, both oil and gas, and that's why China and wider East Asia, South Korea, and other East Asian states have really become the center of consumption for global energy.
Okay. Sorry, I had to time him out. It just went too far. It's just a pompous idiot. Like he's like running around in the chat, typing some of the most ignorant things I can think of, and then claims to have helped educate everybody else in chat. A video that we watched, by the way. Right? We've watched that video months ago. That was from like that video's from like 3 years ago or something. We watched that thing. to be that arrogant. Be like, oh, I just helped educate everyone when you're the idiot that I'm trying to help. And everybody else in the room has already watched it. It's just a lack of self-awareness. It's just beyond me. It was too much. It went too far. It crossed the line. I just couldn't. I couldn't stand. Orb Vroomer, thank you for the sweet super chat. Troll tariff.
Iran has begun charging ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That's that narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which about 20% of all oil and natural gas traded typically passes in peacetime. But as the war with Iran, Israel, and the United States grinds on, Tehran has used its attacks in that area to basically close it off to other shipping. Now, we've heard from Lloyd's List Intelligence, which says it has gathered information about the Revolutionary Guard, the paramilitary force in Iran, basically charging some ships to go through after looking at their manifests and looking at where their cargo is going. We also heard from the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. That's a 6-member Gulf Arab bloc in this region. He said that Iran was charging ships to go through, saying that that was against United Nations regulations about freedoms on the sea, and much of the international community has viewed the Strait of Hormuz as an international corridor to do trade, even though it is in both the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. We've also heard from the Iranians. They say that their parliament is coming up with a law to basically enshrine these tolls into law. This likely is a step too far, both for the Gulf states as well as the United States, which has insisted that the strait must be open.
Trying to enshrine it into law. This multi-million-dollar toll to go through the strait. Now that, wow. It would be a huge economic boon for Iran if they were to be the new toll trolls of the Strait of Hormuz. You clocked that. You clocked the troll immediately for his. Yeah, I mean, he's been. That's his. At least his second strike. That's at least capped a second strike, if not more than a second strike. All right, while we continue to talk about the economic impacts of Operation Epstein Fury, we may as well go back to talking about the agricultural impact of all of this. Fertilizer supply chains under strain right now.
Hello and welcome to People and Profit, France 24's weekly look at the world of business and the economy. I'm Brian Quinn. The U.S. and Israel's war on Iran has thrown energy markets into chaos, largely due to the effective shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. The 21-kilometer-wide waterway connects the oil and gas-producing nations of the Persian Gulf to the wider seas. In normal times, tankers in this strait carry some 38% of the world's crude oil, 19% of its natural gas, and, crucially, roughly one-third of the world's seaborne agricultural fertilizers. In recent days, ship traffic through the strait has fallen by some 97% as the U.S. and Iran trade threats to the region's energy infrastructure. Now, despite signals of potential de-escalation from both Washington and Tehran on Wednesday, the disruption is already causing severe economic fallout, with damage to oil and gas production facilities around the Gulf threatening to turn short-term shock into damage that could last for years. Some of the hardest hit countries are likely to be those with the least resources to confront that damage. To talk us through some of the repercussions, we're joined by Carlos Razo, a senior coordinator at the UN Conference on Trade and Development. Carlos, let's start with the issue of fertilizer. Urea is the most widely used nitrogen-based fertilizer in the world. Its price is now nearly 80% higher than this time last year. UNCTAD is reporting that the countries likely to be the most affected by fertilizer shortages are among the poorest. So which countries are we talking about, and why are they so vulnerable?
Thank you very much. I think you're totally right. The prices of urea, one of the most used fertilizers, have skyrocketed since the beginning of the conflict. And some of the countries that import by sea fertilizers from this region are in Africa. So some of them include Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, or Mozambique. And they will be severely affected because in the absence of fertilizers, then the production yields of their agricultural production will suffer and will go down, with important consequences for prices.
Iran's attack on Qatar's main liquefied natural gas facility at the Ras Laffan has Qatari officials warning that the damage could take some 5 years to repair and reduce export capacity by 17%. What kind of effect do you think that could have on global fertilizer prices?
I think that would definitely put some upward pressure on fertilizer prices, and not only for the poorest countries in Africa, but around the world. That could also impact prices in Europe, for instance, and certainly in Asia. So that could lead to the increase in the cost of food production.
Yeah. I mean, part of the problem here, right, is that the poorer countries don't have the money to outbid the richer countries, right? Like the more wealthier countries have more bidding power and more ability to acquire the fertilizer first. And then the shortage, because there is a shortage, winds up hitting some countries at some point down the line. Right? But it's honestly, it's not some point. It's almost, I mean, it's hitting people immediately,
if not sooner.
It's also hitting the United States as well. Not nearly as bad. Ekios with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. Let's bump this up to $500. Ignore the insufferable debate bros. You did all right, GSL. Thank you, Ekios. Now, honestly, we've been going back and forth. Me and this guy, he keeps showing up and just saying insane, unhinged things that are not based in reality. And yet doesn't go over the lines necessarily to get himself banned. He just keeps getting timed out. He just gets timed out every day. He crosses some line every single day now. Just comes back. All right, Al Jazeera English next to continue talking about the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Oh shit, before we go there, Sean L. Kearns with another super chat. I second the Frisla Modnam. The moderator nomination. Who nominated Frisla? Frisla nominated himself. So you're seconding that nomination? Is that what you're saying?
Europe is staring at yet another energy crisis, one with echoes of the Ukraine war. But this time, the war is not on the continent. It's here in the Middle East. Now, Europe buys some of its oil and liquefied natural gas from the region, but producers here depend on the Strait of Hormuz to ship their exports. For LNG in particular, there is no other alternative. Now, Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has halted shipping, disrupting energy supplies and triggering turmoil in global markets. Now, the increase in the price of Brent crude has had a domino effect on fuel and power prices. The result, everyone worldwide is paying more. Natural gas in Europe has shot up nearly 60% since the conflict began. Now, it's prompted governments to announce measures to ease the burden of high prices. Like Spain has announced a $7 billion package that includes tax cuts and subsidies. Germany, which has seen one of the highest rises at the pumps, is considering adding temporary levies on energy companies to limit profits and have price caps. But it's ruled out the resumption of purchases of Russian gas. Now, Italy is seeking to get additional supplies from Algeria to make up.
I'd love to see the Trump administration do that. No more profits, oil companies. America first. Sorry. You're going to have to take a haircut.
For lost LNG supplies from Qatar. Now, the timing couldn't be worse. Europe needs to refill its gas stores, depleted from winter. And as the LNG supply market shrink, it will have to compete with China, South Korea, and Japan for purchases.
China.
Now, as Europe stares at another energy crisis, it may be forced to turn to fossil fuels.
Okay. Let's see, how are we doing? We're an hour and a half into the stream. An hour and a half into the stream. So I think I will take a quick galactic intermission here. Feels right. It feels right. Actually, we'll do... We'll do like one or two more, and then we'll take a break.
Time now, though, for business. Let's say hello to Yuka Royer.
Hi, Francois.
We've been looking at the markets. Again, the price of oil is rising. It's inflation. Some think it's here to stay. Some even calling it stagflation.
Yes, stagflation warnings are ringing out across the globe. It seems the war is slowing down growth and pushing inflation higher. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, today said that energy disruption caused by the conflict has changed the trajectory for global growth that had been pretty robust before the war, while inflation is set to be higher than previously estimated in many economies. Now, higher energy prices are rippling through the wider economy, pushing manufacturing costs higher and impacting tourism. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development has also just issued its assessment of the economic impact of the war. To get more analysis, we can speak with the EBRD's chief economist, Beata Javoček. Thank you so much for joining us, Beata.
Hello.
Now, for the past 4 weeks, we've been focusing mainly on the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which resulted in a big jump in oil and gas prices. But we're now seeing stagflation warnings across many economies. Are we in for a long period of weak growth and higher prices, even if hostilities were to end soon?
Well, even if the hostilities were to end today, some of the effects would linger for a while. So the destruction of Qatari LNG facilities means that LNG they normally would ship would not come to the market for several years. Shutting down of some of the oil fields means that we would need to wait for a period of time for them to be restarted. So that means that the high energy prices would be with us for a while. But that would not be stagflation yet, if the war were to finish soon.
Now, as you've just mentioned, this war was marked by repeated attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf region, like Qatar's Ras Laffan gas terminal. For some of these installations, it could take years, as you mentioned, to repair. Now, how serious then could the long-term impact?
Yeah, thinking about it in that way, this is already been turned into a long-term crisis due to the amount of damage that's been done to infrastructure in the Gulf. And honestly, I think it's going to be tough for the Gulf to turn this one around. To repair the damage from this. I think people are going to struggle to see Dubai and other places in the Gulf as vacation spots. And they just got done seeing images of drones exploding. Beastland's gonna take a serious hit. Oh, that's sad. Everybody heard of Beastland? We talked about it like last year.
In this round of wars between Israel and the United States on Iran, we are seeing explosions one after another. There are immediate impacts depending on what the targets are. In some cases, the targets are major infrastructure, energy infrastructure, oil depots. They result in fires. Fires come with pollution, inhaling, of course, of toxic material. It's definitely bad for pregnant women, children, those people with underlying health conditions.
Sorry, I meant to play the previous video. I don't know how these got out of order.
The UK has tried to distance itself from the war with Iran, but the fallout will be felt here nonetheless. The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development warns that this year the UK could see inflation of around 4%, the second highest among the G7 behind the United States. And it's on track to record the second slowest growth at 0.7%, ahead of Italy. The report warns that a prolonged conflict would further worsen inflation, making it harder for families around the world to put food on the table and heat their homes. In the long term, it says governments should phase out fossil fuels to avoid these types of energy shocks.
Oh. There's an interesting idea. Phase out fossil fuels. And you don't have to worry about this. A fascinating plan. Now, there you go. Temperature check in the United States, where many people are seemingly oblivious to what's going on. But everybody who is aware of what's going on is not happy. Or at least the vast majority of them. The economic situation across the planet growing more and more dire. We still got a hell of a lot more to talk about here, Space Fams, but I think I'm going to take a quick galactic intermission. We will be right back with more updates on Iran after these brief messages. Whoa, what's that sound? All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Since we are completely funded by individuals like you, without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We got Throne if you'd prefer to contribute to some sort of physical item that would eventually arrive at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get your butts back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. That'd be bad.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right, folks, we're back. Second half. It's about to begin. Hopefully you did whatever you needed to do on the break. Wow, Young. See, I honestly think you have the best channel going right now. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Wow.
That's too kind. That's too kind. Oh, by the way, before we get going on the second half here, just a reminder, we don't have a galactic content goal tonight, but if we had, we would have completed it. Another donation on PayPal. I've never seen this name before, I don't think, on the dono. Come across on the donos on PayPal. Unfortunately, this person, or fortunately, depending on what they wanted, but I don't shout people out unless they say a name in the little note that you can send along with the dono, because I don't like I don't want to like dox anybody, throw you out on Front Street with your government name. But if you tell us in chat who you are, I'll certainly say thank you to you. But other than that, you're going to go anonymous. Either way, I really appreciate it. Anonymous or not, really helps us out. Now we're only $14 away. $14. Incredibly close to completing the galactic deficit. Oh my god. It was just last week where I was thinking to myself, boy, we're in trouble. And now, completely changed. It's all because of you. But we're not out of the woods yet. We still got to finish it. But my God, threat level Crimson. We're like threat level almost Dunson. By the way, I have noticed a trend of people saying fa in the chat. And I've decided I'm not going to be adding the fa to my soundboard. I'm going to leave that for Hasan. Let him have that, you know. It's his one and only sound shot. I'm not going to take that from him. I've got a veritable rainbow of sound shots. Okay. But I appreciate all of you fa-ing in the chat. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Speaking of vibes, it's not a good vibe. The places that are being affected by the Operation Epstein Fury. It's causing severe humanitarian crisis.
In this round of wars between Israel and the United States on Iran, we are seeing explosions one after another. There are immediate impacts depending on what the targets are. In some cases, the targets are major infrastructure, energy infrastructure, oil depots. They result in fires. Fires come with pollution. Inhaling, of course, of toxic material. It's definitely bad for pregnant women, children, those people with underlying health conditions. On top of this, you got to be, of course, worried about the emissions resulting from the war, the warfare. Like all the airstrikes are affiliated with high levels of pollution or emissions, let's say. All the equipment that has been produced, all the missiles, drones, everything, all of those are operated using fossil fuels, but they also involved a lot of pollution when they were produced. Another thing to worry about is the long-term impacts. We know that marine life would be impacted. We know that plants are impacted. We know that soil would be polluted. That pollution would come to people's plates and they would eat that, and then there would be some long-term consequences.
The damage environmentally will take longer to address.
What a terrible fucking situation. The humanitarian and environmental tolls of this war are going to be seen years down the line. A lot of the effects won't be seen until people get older. The cancers from exposures to some of the things that they have been don't necessarily appear for multiple years after exposure. Icy Zine with a sweet super sticker. 1 up. Thank you, Icy. War is hell. It's true. It's a completely unnecessary war. Some say all war is unnecessary. But this feels like really top tier unnecessary. Alright, let's go to drop site news. Talk more about how unnecessary this war is. The calculations involved in it. Whoopsies, what did I just do? Not what I meant to do. Nope, still not what I meant to do. There we go. Do it.
All right, so joining us now is Trita Parsi. He's an analyst at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and he's also the author of his new Substack, which I suggest everybody sign up for. Just search Trita Parsi in Substack, so you can get his analysis right in your inbox there. So let's welcome Trita Parsi, also, of course, here still with my colleague, Murtaza Hussain. Trita, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
So I wanted to talk about some of the analysis that you were offering related to the energy industry and the way that.
All right, I'm feeling unprotected right now, so I need my tinfoil hat. There we go. That's much better.
Trump has almost de facto lifted sanctions temporarily on Iran. But before we get into that, I was in Cuba doing some reporting over the last 3 to 4 days, and the internet there is very difficult, particularly for foreigners to access. Your VPN is in and out. The different cellular data is tricky. So I was only able to follow things kind of intermittently. I got the sense that I could have missed the entire thing. Also, I gather that there was a 48-hour deadline that was announced by President Trump, and then that deadline went to nothing. So for somebody like me who was kind of gone for the last 3 to 4 days, like what did I miss from your perspective?
Nothing.
Right. So we're back to where we were when I left, basically.
Well, look, he issues these threats right before the markets close. I think he's doing it kind of in a rage. I don't think necessarily there's a lot of thinking through. I mean, for instance, there was this threat against Kharg Island as well. And then he ended up bombing, but he only bombed the military facilities on the island, not the oil pipelines. To me, it seems like a pattern in which we're seeing how he's like trying to find some sort of an escalating option that will turn the tables and turn the favor of the war back in the US's direction. And he throws something out there, and then folks around him essentially have to talk him down, because reality is he does not have any escalatory options that do not carry tremendous amount of risks, and in which the risk-benefit ratio is just not a positive one for the US. If he had taken out the oil installations on Kharg Island, the Iranians would have blown up everything in the Persian Gulf related to oil. And this was terrifying for all of the other states in the region, of course. And we saw that when the Israelis hit Pars gas field, the Iranians went really, really hard against several different facilities in the region, which has a tremendously negative impact on the energy markets. And what does that do to Trump? It pushes up gas prices, oil prices, food prices in the US, and that reduces the time Trump has to try to find some sort of a move that turns the tables on the Iranians. The lower he keeps these energy prices, the more time he has, because once the oil prices go up and food prices go up in the US, that's when the pressure from his own base starts to actually get real. Right now, it is not that particularly intense. So he needs to keep oil prices down, and as a result, almost all of his escalatory options actually reduces the time that he has to turn the tables.
And last week I was talking to Jeremy and Maz about how
sometimes I wonder if Donald Trump even has the concept of a table to turn. Like, I feel like almost like Trita is assigning more agency to Donald Trump. I mean, like how much of this does he actually understand? I actually genuinely wonder. Especially considering the way that this has gone. I'm like, he didn't really think about this at all, did he? He heard that this was going to be a good one. I hear it's going to be a good one. Let's do it.
Military level, there's some serious kind of asymmetric warfare going on that works to the advantage of Iran, and we can talk about that later if we have time. But it also feels like that's the case economically as well. So let me put up this post of yours from yesterday. You said an energy industry insider in Iran tells me the following, and it is stunning. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel, minus an $18 discount. What is it? What is the $18 discount, by the way, for people?
That's the discount the Iranians have to pay because they're sanctioned. So in order to sell the oil, they have to offer these discounts. And, most of that is going to the Chinese, and the Chinese are making money off of the sanctions because they get the same oil, but at a discount.
And so the 65 is the market price, then the knockoff $18 because they're sanctioned. So then you say today it produces 1.5 million barrels a day and sells it at the market price of 110 with only a $2 to $4 discount. You say, and this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased, but are now being sold to a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. This means that Iran is all the less incentivized to end the war unless the agreement provides Iran with formal sanctions relief. So
the actions of the Trump administration have provided Iran with de facto sanctions relief. Yep, Iran is now selling its oil to more people and for a higher price than it was in February. Actually, twofold, because oil has gone up and because they can get more money per dollar than they were previously. Per barrel, whatever you want to call it. More money per barrel of oil that they sell. They're retaining more of it. Because they were having to take a discount due to the sanctions. Because they could only sell it to certain people who knew that fact. And they had to make, they had to make deals with people. Essentially. People like China.
I have to have my China.
Oh, how the table turns. It's true. Trump is a moron. Yep.
You're a moron.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, for the United States, it's still fairly unclear what victory even looks like, but for Iran, victory is just really surviving through this. Surviving through this and asserting it, essentially just asserting its own sovereignty.
Iran's military has pledged to keep fighting, the strongest words from Tehran since U.S. President Donald Trump said the sides were talking. Iran's Central Command says Trump is negotiating with himself. In a statement released
by the way, before we do this, I just noticed something. We did it, everybody. We frickin' did it. Perfect Zell with a exactly $14 dono, completing the financing of the galactic deficit to the dollar. Oh, wow. With 5 days left. I was worried. I was very worried at the beginning of this week. And now, Friday morning, Thursday night, we've completed it somehow. I thought we were going to come down to the wire. I thought we were going to really come down to the wire on this one, and somehow we've done it. It's beautiful. It's all thanks to you, Space Fams. It's all thanks to the generosity of Space Fams like you that we managed to complete the financing of the galactic deficit. It's beautiful, it's glorious. It's so great, and I don't even know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. Your incredible generosity has kept the Galactic News Network alive one more month. Maybe one day we won't have a galactic deficit to complete. That would be nice. Maybe one day we'll make enough money on YouTube and Twitch to not concern ourselves with deficits and all of that. But till then, in Space Fams, I appreciate you and everything you do. All right, everybody. Confetti party over. Back to the stream. To talk about the survival and victory of Iran. and what that looks like.
Iran's military has pledged to keep fighting. The strongest words from Tehran since U.S. President Donald Trump said the sides were talking. Iran's Central Command says Trump is negotiating with himself. In a statement released a few hours ago, a military spokesman said there'll be no compromise and Tehran, not Washington, will decide when the situation returns to, quote, the way it was.
Do not call your defeat an agreement. The era of your promises is over. Today, the world has two fronts, truth and falsehood. And every freedom-seeking person will not be deceived by the waves of your media. Has the level of your internal conflicts reached the point where you are negotiating with yourselves? There will be no sign of your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand this. Stability in the region is guaranteed by the powerful hand of our armed forces. Stability comes through power.
Now, there are reports that the Trump administration has offered a 15-point ceasefire plan to Iran. John Hendren is in Washington, D.C., and has more on the president's statements that negotiations are underway with Tehran.
President Donald Trump says the wheels of diplomacy are turning. Administration officials have been talking to reporters, and there are multiple reports that the U.S. has sent a 15-point plan for peace to Iran via emissaries in Pakistan. And we are told that Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey have all been pressing for a meeting, a peace meeting between the U.S. and Iran in Islamabad within 48 hours. That was announced on Tuesday. So,
of course, as we know that Iran already came out and denied any serious discussions, as well as rejected that 15-point plan twice because Donald Trump insisted that they were still considering it.
Well, joining us now to discuss this and all the latest developments in the conflict is Zaydoun Al-Kinani, who is the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. Thank you so much, Zaydoun, for being with us on Al Jazeera. So Trump says they're talking. Iran denies this. Who should we believe? Are both sides deliberately saying different things for strategic reasons, you think?
The talks are certainly happening. It's very hard to believe that such a level of a conflict is taking place and there are no talks happening. The question is, how serious are the talks and to what level is it, and who are in those negotiation talks? Some talks would be focused on the militarized aspect of it, and some talks would be looking at the long-term objectives and what would a future look like post this war. And this is what Trump is proposing. Now, if we notice the rhetoric of Trump, which went from a complete surrender to possibly negotiating the lifting of the sanctions with the current regime as it looks like today, it either means that Trump is accepting some amendments to the objectives or the conditions he put on the table from the first day of the war based on what's happening, what's taking place on the ground, or he is aware of what the Iranians would be hoping for in the long-term future, which is limiting the ballistic missiles and not completely eliminating it.
I'll ask you a bit more about this reported 15-point plan that the Trump administration has come up with to end the war. But before that, the mixed signals, Zaydoun, from the U.S., it would seem. On the one hand, they're talking about negotiations, but on the other hand, there's also a troop buildup, deploying more troops to the region, reportedly. What should we make of this? Why are they doing this, do you think?
It's a natural reflection of the lack of a clear objective here. Trump went from negotiating a complete surrender to possibly negotiating a way out. This is perhaps due to not having a plan B. And going along with Israel's plan and continuing this complete regional chaos, which possibly could result into a long-term conflict in Iran, which it seems like Israel was hoping that the U.S. would permanently take the front seat. It seems like the Trump administration forgot that there are midterm elections in October and November, which means that a prolonged conflict wouldn't make sense, statistically speaking. Economically speaking, we're seeing a potential economic crisis in the U.S. and a current economic crisis globally speaking.
So what does winning look like for either side at this point? I mean, Trump says they're winning. The Iranian says we're still in this. What is a victory for either side at this point?
Well, even that is changing, right? Even that is changing based on what would a status quo or a symbolic achievement look like. The assassination of Khamenei seemed to have been a symbolic achievement in the eyes of the Trump administration, perhaps in the first 48 hours. Given that we're almost a month away from the war since it kicked off, new symbolic achievements need to be rationalized by the Trump administration. We noticed, obviously, given that Iran is facing a war by a global superpower such as the United States, in addition and in parallel to a strong regional power such as Israel, survival in itself seems to be enough to be considered as a victory.
Another interesting comment President Trump made in his news conference last night. He said he presented what's happened in Iran as regime change and said the leaders are all very different. That might be the case, but is that a change, or is that a good thing, you think?
If one would have hoped for a detrimental and a drastic change in Iran, that's definitely not a change. It definitely weakened the political system in a regional perspective, an international perspective. If we were to look at the regional proxy network of Iran, it will definitely make Iran focus much more on its domestic survival in parallel to the external pressures it has been facing. But if we were to imagine a different Iran for the Iranian people, or a different political system in Iran that may be less hostile to some regional actors such as Lebanon and Iraq and beyond, that is definitely not a fundamental regime change.
All right. Now, this 15-point plan that Trump has reportedly come up with to end the war, which would include, nuclear disarmament in exchange for full sanctions relief, also opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Do you see the Iranians ever agreeing to any of those points?
Those points would have made sense if the war hadn't happened, given that none of these points are new. Iranians have always been in negotiations with the West when it comes to their nuclear uranium program. Iranians have always been open to negotiate all of these things, perhaps not the proxy network in the region, because that's a very vague point. It's not as clear of a topic to discuss, such as the nuclear program or the ballistic missiles. Iran in itself always denies that it has anything to do with some of its network proxies in the region during their actions, particularly in Iraq, given that its association with Hezbollah is much more established and detrimental and official than it is with some of the factions in the PMF in Iraq. But currently, the way things look now, Iran, in the eyes of the world, needs to present itself as someone who's finding it very hard to trust the United States anymore, given that the first day of the war, was conducted while negotiations and while talks were happening.
God, I hate to say I told you so, but I've been saying that since the day one. I said, this is it. It's the old, fooled me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. What?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Let's take you live down to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim there reports, Ali, that the IRGC is claiming to have hit an American F-18
by the way,
fighter.
I almost forgot. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch to Cats Eating Birds. Much appreciated. Cats Eating Birds. I don't think I've seen you chatting before. One day we will stream for the love of the game. But we've been streaming for the love of the game since day one. Okay? In fact, the stream cost me money for many months until we actually started paying the bills around here. We're certainly not doing it for the love of the money. I know that much. We'd be doing things differently around here if that were the case.
What more do we know?
Well, they've just published a video of an F-18 in the skies and being shot on with anti-aircraft fire. Now, it's just fresh, so I'm just getting the news now. We don't have much details on this, but this is not out of context. We saw the Iranians announcing a few days ago that they've hit one F-35, and that was actually the first time the F-35 is being hit in combat ever. Then we heard they announced that they've been also shooting on F-16, another F-15, and now F-18. So it's not just an isolated incident. It seems that they have something that they are using. And actually, the IRGC announced that they are using a new system that was developed after the 12-day war. The 12-day was the one that took place last year in June 2025. So they said that after the 12-day war, they developed or acquired a system that is capable of hitting American planes. We saw the F-35. Actually, there was reports from both sides. The Iranians said that they targeted it, and the American side said that it was targeted, and the pilot survived. However, he had to go through treatment. Then we saw the pictures coming today of the F-18, reports, as I said, of F-16 and F-15. So it seems that the Iranians are trying a new weapon.
Yeah, Donald Trump has been claiming the air defenses are completely done. But they're taking out F-18s. A nearly $100 million aircraft. F-35 shot down last week or over the weekend, whatever it was. We're talking about we're talking about a situation that like really should be sort of like, I don't know if hair raising is quite the right, I'm not sure if that's quite the right word, but this should get everybody's ears to perk up, right? Like F-18s and F-35s it costs $1 trillion to build the F-35, right? I don't know exactly how many billions of dollars it costs to build the F-18, but it's been around for a lot longer. But it's insane. And then each one of these like planes on their own in manufacturing, right? Like the research and development phase cost $1 trillion for the F-35. And then each one costs over $100 million. Makes me sick.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Well, if you're having an anxiety attack, this isn't going to help. Go to CNN from yesterday and talk about nuclear arms.
I've got 3 words for you. Fractional orbital bombardment. Check this out. A rocket launches into low Earth orbit, goes partway around the globe, and then descends back through the atmosphere. That's when it gets really wild. The first rocket launches a glide vehicle that rushes to its target at hypersonic speed. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a nuclear warhead on it. China's tested this delivery system.
What now?
And U.S. intelligence claims conducted a secret nuclear test too, which China denies. Are U.S. officials worried about this?
Yeah, they're definitely worried about this.
And worldwide, the number of deployed warheads is thought to be increasing.
All 9 nuclear weapon states are engaged in massive military modernizations of their nuclear arsenals.
Here's why it might be time to start worrying about the new nuclear arms race.
This is ridiculous!
Let's start with a number, 15. That's how many minutes a US president has to decide whether to launch a nuclear counterstrike, according to an opinion piece published in the New York Times in partnership with the Nuclear Threat Initiative. Here's a hypothetical scenario. US space-based radar detects launch of a nuclear-armed missile. That alerts ground radar, which confirms the launch, which takes a couple minutes. And then the defense secretary, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, or other officials would brief the president. It's the president who has the sole statutory authority to greenlight a US launch. So in those few minutes, the president decides, strike back? And if he or she says yes, an overwhelming salvo of intercontinental ballistic missiles can be airborne in as little as 5 minutes, alongside sea-launched missiles and air-launched missiles and bombs. I get it, sounds like Hollywood hyperbole. But it's not. The ability to launch on such a short timeline might have troubling implications, but it's a feature, not a bug. What the US military wants is the perception that if you strike first against the US, you'll get hit so hard, so
Immediately,
fast,
if
that
not
you'll wish
sooner.
you hadn't launched in the first place. But that threat relies on something crucial: detecting the incoming attack.
What we're seeing today is the development of emerging technologies that could threaten many of the early warning systems that the US has fielded historically.
Remember fractional orbital bombardment? Well, it's specifically designed to evade detection, because it can fly
over the South Pole, which would circumvent the US ballistic missile defense and radar systems that are pointing towards the north to counter the traditional threats that we have faced.
We'll get back to China in a minute, but Russia has its own set of troubling nuclear technology. Meet Poseidon.
An underwater autonomous vehicle that is essentially kind of look like a torpedo. It's nuclear powered, and the goal is to actually create what the Russians have described it as creating a tsunami that can, destroy coastlines.
You know what we all need to do? We need to chill the fuck out. That's just me. But I listen to this conversation and I say, gee, we have a lot of other problems. Why are we doing this? Do we need more and better, more powerful nuclear weapons? Do we need more ways to destroy each other? Is that truly the best use of our time and technology? Resources? What if we gave not trying to eradicate each other a chance? Hypothetically. It's a fascinating thought experiment. That is a fascinating thought experiment. What if we gave not trying to eradicate each other a chance? It's hard to say the sentence because it almost doesn't make sense. What if we gave not trying to eradicate each other, not doing it, you're saying? Huh.
That's weird.
Speaking of eradicating each other. Strikes across the Middle East. From Lebanon to Iran, we're seeing the last day since we last talked about this. Oh, it's been a whole 24 hours. I feel like we're on some sort of a weird, horrible doom loop of some kind. You know? Like some kind of doom loop. I don't know what kind.
Taken it to a place where I think it is in a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Yeah, it's the kind. Genocidal doom loop. Yeah, I feel like we're living in a genocidal doom loop right now, Space Fams. It's not great. Worry not, though. Worry not. Everything's fine.
Iran
Let's
continued
go
to
to
strike
Israel.
targets inside Israel on Wednesday. An Iranian missile landed near the city of Haifa, sending a plume of smoke into the sky. Elsewhere, a missile caused a huge fire at a warehouse in the town of Yashresh. Well, Noor Oda is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, let me start first of all, before we talk about strikes. Are we hearing from Israeli officials weighing in on this indirect exchange of messages, shall we call it, between the US and Iran about ending the war?
Well, we heard briefly from the Israeli Prime Minister, Sami. He was speaking to mayors and members of local councils in northern Israel, of the front line, so to speak. And a lot of what he said had to do with, being strong, staying strong, crushing Hezbollah and creating a buffer zone on Lebanese territory. But he also spoke about Iran and said that Israel has never been higher. Iran has never been lower. Take a listen at some of what he had to say.
We have created a genuine security zone that does not allow a ground infiltration towards the Galilee or the northern border. We are expanding the security zone to push the threat from anti-tank missiles on our communities and on our territory. We are simply creating a large buffer zone.
And Noor, we know that there's been some Iranian strikes on Israel today, including on some significant places like Eilat, right? Talk us through what that means for Israel.
Yeah, a lot of the targets, Sammy, I mean, you look at the map, first of all, the geography, this is a very small country. And so everything is close to one another. But when you look at Eilat, this is a significant strategic city in Israel. It's a tourist destination, but it also has an important port. It has a base for the Israeli Navy. It's been the target of repeated Iranian strikes today and even before that. We saw also Haifa come under fire, the Khdeira, where there is a power station that feeds Israel with about a fifth of its electricity. We saw yesterday Safad, also significant. It has very important intelligence assets and so on. And so the targets, although what we know is what is cleared by the Israeli military censor, but the targets are significant for the country in terms of psychology, in terms of what these locations mean, in terms of the density of the population, and then the damage that we see in Tel Aviv and Dimona and in others. It's been quite significant and increasingly so over the past few days.
Yeah, and you would expect this to start showing up in the poll numbers soon. One would assume that people would start to lose their appetite for this war, because right now it's like a cult-like fervor in Israel right now in terms of support for this war. The last number I heard was over 90% of Israelis polled are in support of Operation Epstein Fury. But Iran has been incredibly, I think, more successful than many people expected them to be in breaking through Israel's defenses. The Iron Dome, we've all heard about its mythical abilities, and honestly have seen it at work in the past. This is the first time we've really seen, I mean, in the 12-day war there was a glimpse of this. But this is really the most significant and protracted sort of amount of time, right? And the damage just seems to continue to pile up. Israel not able to prevent the footage from getting out, even though for the last month they've been doing everything they can to avoid it. Because it's getting so big, it's genuinely impossible for them to ignore at this point and to cover up. Like that lady in the last video said, Israel's a fairly dense place, small geographical region. One of these things happens, and a lot of people all see it at once.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The missile reaches the target area, opens in the air, and releases many small bombs that scatter towards the ground over a wide area. There are many potential impact points, not just one.
The use of cluster missiles marks a tactical shift, with single warheads replaced by up to 80 smaller explosives. It's a growing concern for the Israeli military.
A big part of cluster munitions is the fact that they don't explode when they hit, and then they can explode when someone approaches it on the ground. In the 12-day war in June, Iran only did it a few times. And now we're seeing it almost on a daily basis.
Since the start of this war, dozens of ballistic missiles carrying cluster warheads have penetrated Israeli airspace and struck urban centers. At this hospital, doctors are treating a wave of micro-perforations, shrapnel wounds unique to this weapon.
main issue with these custom missiles is the terrorizing effect, the psychological effect. Unlike injuries at the war caused by gunshot injuries or by bullets, these are random fragments that fall off the missiles. So the injuries can be different body parts.
According to the IDF, roughly half of all missiles launched from Iran since this conflict broke out have carried cluster warheads. Some experts believe this strategy is designed to bypass defences and drain interceptor stocks.
In many cases, the small bomblets could be dispersed by the missile either before it is intercepted by missile defense or after a successful hit. So in some cases, we can see that there is an interception, but not all the bomblets are destroyed.
The Israeli military claims it's now neutralized over 70% of Iran's ballistic missile launchers. However,
yeah, we keep hearing all sorts of claims, and yet day in, day out, we keep seeing essentially the same amount of Iranian strikes, especially in Israel. They seem to have focused in on Israel now and attacking Gulf countries less, whether that's because Gulf countries in Iran have now come to some sort of a agreement of some sort. Unclear. Although I know that there has been negotiations between them, because many Gulf countries are being allowed through the Strait right now by Iran. Oh shit, what just happened? Hold on, I gotta refresh my browser. My shadow banned. I hope not. This is your favorite overnight stream. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. What the fuck? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna try and open this up. This way? Will that work? Or are you gonna be a dick to me? Sorry, everybody. We're having technical difficulties. Oh, there we go. And now it's playing, but it's not full screen. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. This is good. This is your only overnight stream. Yeah, I know. There's not a lot of crazy people out there doing streams through the night. Now, earlier on Thursday, Israel claimed that they had killed the leader of Iran's navy. Which, I mean, is that important? I mean, Donald Trump and Israel already said that they completely destroyed the whole navy. So, if you get rid of the guy in charge of the navy, but there's no more navy, does it matter? Unless they've been lying this whole time and Iran still has a navy. Last night, in a precise and lethal operation, the IDF thwarted the commander of a Revolutionary Guards Navy Tang Siri, along with senior naval leaders, the man who was directly responsible for the terrorist operation of mining and blocking navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, was blown up and neutralized. This is a clear message to all leaders of the Iranian terrorist organization, the Revolutionary Guard. The IDF will hunt and thwart you one by one. Congratulations to the IDF. Jesus, these people are psychos. Okay. More assassinations from Israel. They seem to be not at all interested in ending this war, even though Donald Trump has been insisting on it. What's that sound? Oh, puppy. Puppy treat.
Let's bring you some breaking news now. Israel's defense minister says Tel Aviv has killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media is reporting he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, which is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. There were explosions in the city of Bandar Abbas earlier on Thursday. Iran has not confirmed Tangsiri's status. So, Tawhid, what more can you tell us about this IRGC Navy chief?
Well, actually, first things first, we don't have any official confirmation from Tehran about the killing of the IRGC Navy commander, but we know that if that's true, it's going to be another major blow for a country that has already experienced a lot of military commanders being killed from the very early hours of the initiation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, on the day one of which we know that the defense minister, the secretary for defense council, the commander of IRGC himself were all killed alongside the supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And now we are receiving reports from the Israeli side about the killing of the Navy commander of the IRGC, Tangsiri, and it is obviously significant, specifically seeing his role in the control and closure of the strategically significant choke point of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, well, this was the guy that was in charge of the operation of keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. And if he is dead, it would seem Iran's going to have to find somebody else to do that job. You would think that they have somebody already waiting, as they've had with every single other job of every other leader that Israel has assassinated up to this point. You think the war is over? Wow. Yeah. Maybe the war is over. Donald Trump did say it. Well, while we're in Iran talking about the assassination of another leader, Iran's military ways, we'll talk about Israel's targeting of UNESCO heritage sites in Iran. Not, in Gaza or the West Bank or Lebanon or Syria.
Tehran, a city where centuries of history rise from its streets and monuments, now coming under assault. At the heart of the city stands Golestan Palace, more than 4 centuries old, a witness to coronations and major political decisions, but now damaged by American and Israeli airstrikes. Iran's Minister of Cultural Heritage and Tourism, Reza Salehi Amiri, walks us through the damage, calling it very concerning for one of the capital's most historically significant landmarks. He also condemns the attacks.
All international rules prohibit attacks on countries' cultural, civilizational and historical sites. Unfortunately, in this war, we've seen that none of these international rules have been observed by the Israeli regime.
The impact extends to the exterior of the palace and its historical halls inside.
Architectural decorations have been severely damaged, especially the wooden elements and ROC windows. The mirrorwork, the Hall of Mirrors, the Shams al-Emare veranda, and the marble throne are largely destroyed.
But Golestan Palace is not the only site affected. Others include the former Senate building in Tehran where the Iranian constitution was drafted, the 12th century fortress Falak al-Aflaq in the west, and the ancient port city of Bandar Siraf in the south, known for its historic trade and maritime heritage.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a continuation of a pattern that we've seen Israel engage in for a very long time now. I mean, they have been if anything, they've been targeting historical sites across the Middle East. Palestinian ones, Lebanese ones, now Iranian ones. They're just moving from country to country across the Middle East, just erasing history. Now, it's not just the buildings that are being affected, it's of course people as well.
Well, since the start of the conflict, hearing the views of ordinary Iranians has been very difficult because of a ban on international calls and internet blackouts. But some voices are getting through. Footage and interview material obtained by the BBC gives a rare insight into the experiences of those living through the war, and we've protected the identities of some of those in this report from our special correspondent, Fergal Keane.
The war moves faster than the speed of sound. Fear intensifying in the dark. The choking clouds of smoke from burning oil, spreading across all lives, civilian and military. Shockwaves tearing through buildings and bodies. Using trusted sources inside Iran, we've obtained testimony revealing lives upended by the war. Zahra, not her real name, was cleaning her home for Nowruz, the Iranian New Year.
Everything in the courtyard had been blackened by oil. It's true that this year we have no visits nor gatherings, but symbolically we must prepare ourselves, clean our homes, and welcome Nowruz.
With communications devastated, many struggle to contact families elsewhere in the country. Yet Zahra clings to the hope that the war might drive the government from power.
This regime has inflicted so much pain on us over the past 47 years, leaving countless mothers without their children, more than even the war itself did. So I prefer that there be no ceasefire until this entire regime is gone.
This new year is filled with foreboding. Yet in the markets, people still seek and greet.
I love how they did this. I mean, we get the opinion of one person saying, here to help launder this war. She just comes in and says, this war should go on as long as it needs to go.
I feel like I'm taking
insane.
crazy pills!
Like, this is pure propaganda. Okay, sure, some people might think that, but that is insane. That does not, I don't care. I don't care. You can't expect me to just take one woman, like but BBC here to turn it into the opinion of all Iranians. Keep bombing us. Keep bombing us until the regime is gone. Yes, I'm sure everybody agrees with that. I'm fairly certain there's just as many people, if not more, that would prefer not to be bombed. You know, on like a percentage basis, you would figure there's more people that would prefer not to be bombed than would. Because that's kind of a crazy thing to say, in my opinion. All right, let's go to Lebanon. Talk about the situation going on there. Israel continues to commit more war crimes in the country, targeting
in
paramedics.
Nabatea, southern Lebanon, residents showed up in masses to attend these funerals. In the coffins lay the remains of 2 rescue workers killed the previous day while in uniform by an Israeli airstrike. The sadness was palpable.
Every martyr who falls and waters our land with his blood will give birth to thousands more. We will continue down this path until the last man.
Israeli strikes continued throughout the day in the region near the village of Arnoun and near Qasimieh, where this vital bridge connecting the south of the country was destroyed last Sunday. After announcing its intention to occupy southern Lebanon up to the Litani River, Israel declared on Wednesday that it would expand the buffer zone.
We have established a genuine security zone that prevents any land infiltration towards the Galilee and the northern border. We're expanding this
security zone. A genuine security zone in someone else's country. It's like if Mexico showed up in Texas and said, we're setting up a security zone. You've crossed the Rio Grande, and we're just going to take a little piece of Texas. We're not going to take it. It's going to be a security zone. It'll be a security zone where Mexican troops are patrolling to keep it safe. Okay, it won't be Mexico's. It won't be in America either, but, you know, it'll be safe. It'll be secure. It'll be better. You know, if we turn Austin, Texas into a security zone or something.
in order to repel the threat posed by anti-tank missiles to our communities and our territory. We are simply creating a larger buffer zone.
Hezbollah, an ally of Iran, claims to have carried out several attacks against the Israeli army.
Another thing I'm thinking about, I'm pretty sure Austin isn't on the border. Whatever, you get what I'm saying. Whatever city's on the border of Texas and Mexico.
The border. Its leader, Naim Qassem, declared that negotiating with Israel under bombardment amounted to capitulation, while the Lebanese government is calling for talks with the enemy country. The UN have expressed their alarm regarding the humanitarian disaster caused by this conflict.
Hezbollah must stop launching attacks into Israel. And Israel must stop its military operations and strikes in Lebanon, which are hitting civilians the hardest. The Gaza model must not be replicated in Lebanon.
According to authorities, since the beginning of March, Israeli strikes have killed over 1,000 people and displaced more than 1 million in Lebanon.
Posters of Iran's supreme leader, along with Hezbollah flags, line the one remaining road to the city of Tyre, as does debris from repeated, devastating Israeli airstrikes. Southern Lebanon is being cut off from the rest of the country, with at least 7 bridges destroyed by Israeli missiles in the past few days.
This is what's left of the main bridge that connected the city of Tyre over there with the rest of Lebanon. And the Israelis have said they plan on seizing all territory south of this, the Litani River, as what they call a security zone. It would in reality, of course, be another occupation.
Israel is talking about taking control of around 10% of Lebanon. It says to prevent Hezbollah rocket fire across the border.
Can you imagine Canada or Mexico taking 10% of the United States for security purposes? We're just going to take North Dakota and Montana for security reasons.
Tyre, one of the world's oldest inhabited cities, would fall within the so-called security zone. Most of its residents have fled following Israeli evacuation orders, but not all.
In your neighborhood, how many people are still here? How many people are there?
The apartment block in front of Salwa's home has been completely destroyed. This strike here came with a warning beforehand. Others don't.
Why is the world watching without helping? Look at the children. Look at the people dying. I'm not afraid to die, and I will stay in my land. May God protect the resistance. They are the ones protecting us. I feel devastated seeing the people, the children in the streets. Why?
None of the world wants to go against the United States. None of the world wants to stand up to the United States and Israel right now. That's where the world is. That's where everybody's watching and doing nothing. It's horrifying. Actually, I'm gonna let her finish. I forgot that she had more. She has more shit to say.
Is this a price worth paying? Because there are other people in this country who think it's not.
May God protect the men of the resistance. Children are dying in front of us. Don't we have to resist? Look at the destruction. We can't sleep. I'm not afraid for myself, but for my family.
Here in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah, also known as the Resistance, has widespread popular support. For some, staying is a political statement. Others feel they have nowhere else to go.
It's one of the most accurate news reports on Lebanon that we've seen in a minute. But this is absolutely correct. We've been talking about this for I don't know how long. I've mentioned this so many times, but Hezbollah is not a... I mean, just because the United States has declared Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, it's also a elected political party. I mean, you could declare MAGA to be a terrorist organization too. Right? They've got some supporters.
So remain in this seaside city. The Tyre Christian quarter has largely been spared Israeli bombs. Madonna, yes, that's right, Madonna, refuses to let the war disturb her daily morning walk.
Of course we are worried, but I'm not afraid. We worried to leave our home forever, yani, and this I don't want to leave my place. I want to stay here.
Some people in Lebanon supported the idea of going into this war. Other people have been critical about it. What do most people
We
think?
don't want the war from the beginning. It's not our...
Look at the beautiful old streets. I feel like some of these roads have been here for super long.
To make the war. We don't want the war. We want the peace.
Peace is not an option for now. With Israeli planes overhead and Hezbollah's cross-border attacks continuing. A country that has seen so much conflict wonders when and how this war will end.
Yes, when will this war end? That's a good question, Channel 4. Certainly not yet. This is from 4 hours ago out of Forbes Breaking News, showing the aftermath of another Israeli strike in southern Lebanon. You'll notice that these just appear to be solar panels in a home, a countryside home. What's the military significance of this building? Okay, now let's go to Syria. And this is an interesting development in the Middle East that we should probably talk about. Not necessarily related to Operation Epstein Fury, but it might be. This is quite a development. An integration deal between Kurdish fighters and the Syrian state army. France 24 from 13
On the
hours
programme
ago.
now, we're going to take a close look at one of the few countries in the Middle East that is not currently embroiled in this war, Syria. France 24's Wasim Nasser with me in the studio, a Syria expert. You're somebody who's travelled several times to the country. We will talk in a moment, Wasim, about how it is that Syria so far has managed to stay out of this this kind of evolving conflict. But let's look initially at some internal dynamics in Syria. For months, the Syrian army has been trying to integrate Kurdish forces into their ranks. Lots of Kurdish groups pretty reluctant to do that. Give us an update. What's happening?
Well, actually, while everybody was busy looking somewhere else, things were really going well, if we may say so, in Syria regarding this dossier, meaning the integration of the Syrian Democratic Forces. So we have footage of Kobani, the very symbolic town of Kobani, where forces of the Interior Ministry are patrolling inside of the town. No shot was shot at this town, where everybody was imagining there will be a great battle or a big battle in Kobani. We also saw the people of Shuyukh, meaning the Arab inhabitants of Shuyukh, going back to their hometown after being 12 years away because of the war against the Islamic State and because the fact that they were kicked out by Kurdish factions at the time. So things are pretty going well, but still there are some problems on the way. We saw in Kamishli a few days ago, for example, because of a story about a flag, the Kurdish flag or the Syrian flag, Kurdish sympathizers of the Kurdish factions attacked the police forces in Kamishli, the police forces who belong to Damascus.
So yeah, things aren't all hunky-dory here in Syria, but some interesting developments nonetheless. Internally, Syria is a complicated country, and it could wind up. I mean, right now, I mean, they're in the middle of all of this, right? Like they're to the east of Israel and to the west of Iran. They're literally in the middle. And because of that, the internal political conflict, I feel like, is leaving Syria open to more problems. So I think it's a good thing that they're shoring things up internally, even though, like, as you just saw, they aren't going perfectly. Now, of course, in the West Bank and in Gaza, the effects of this war are still being seen as well. This is footage from the West Bank of another Iranian missile fragment being recovered. Hard to call it a fragment. The thing is fucking huge.
سمعنا صوت قوي في البلد يعني جميع البلد سمعت الصوت فشويه التلفونات في عندنا جروب في البلد بقول صاروخ وقع في المنطقه.
Shortly after, people started posting on a messaging group and saying a missile fell in a certain area. We came over and we saw what you saw. The missile fell nearby. Thank God no one was injured and there was no damage. A near miss, an intercepted missile falling near the homes of a Palestinian in the West Bank. Meanwhile, down in Gaza, the displaced are struggling as hundreds of thousands, over a million people continue to live in inhumane conditions, tents, completely inadequate.
While global attention remains fixed on escalating tensions in the wider Middle East, Gaza continues to face a deepening humanitarian crisis. Gaza's displaced are facing yet another challenge. Harsh weather is adding a new layer of hardship, compounding more than 2 years of war. People here say their tents have deteriorated beyond the point of offering basic safety, dignity, or protection.
This piece of cloth does not protect.
Let's be real, the tents never offered actual dignity and protection. Never, people never should have been forced to live in tents in the first fucking place. How is this still all going on? I don't understand. We've been talking about this for over 2 years. 2.5 years has been going on. This massive humanitarian crisis while the whole world just looks on. Now we have millions more people displaced in the Middle East and a even larger conflict.
From the rain or the sun, these tents are worn out, and last night it was rainy and we experienced a strong rainstorm. The tents were flooded, the bedding, cooking utensils and food, the children, everything was soaked. They have no other shelter or other clothes to protect them.
More than 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold, authorities say Israel continues to violate the agreement either through airstrikes, expanding the buffer zone, or by blocking the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid.
Yeah. But we've known this around here for the entire time. This was a fake ceasefire. Every ceasefire that Israel has agreed to, they have violated. No one has held them accountable to actually uphold the ceasefires that they agreed to. Certainly not the United States. Donald Trump declared his declared victory. Peace in the Middle East. Remember that? Remember? Like 3 months ago? 4 months ago, I guess now? What was it, October? I'm trying to remember now. When was it? That Donald Trump declared peace in the Middle East? Remember that? Went to Egypt. They got all the leaders of all Not all of, but many, many U.S. allies and other like Gulf states and things like that. He sort of congratulated himself for like 2 straight hours. Brought peace to the Middle East. Finally, it's here. Everyone's saying nobody else could have done it. And now he started a new forever war. Does that count as peace? Got the FIFA Peace Prize. Complained about not getting the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Got the fake FIFA Peace Prize. Complained about not getting the real Nobel Peace Prize. And now he started how many wars again? He claims to have ended 9, but I feel like he started at least 4.
President Trump claims Iran's leaders are afraid to admit they are negotiating with the US. The Iranian foreign minister told state media that the fact Mr. Trump was even talking about negotiations and no longer demanding unconditional surrender was an admission of defeat. Abbas Araghchi said Iran wanted the war to end on its terms and has countered the US proposal with its own 5-point proposal. It calls for an end to US and Israeli strikes and assassinations of Iranian officials to ensure mechanisms that the war is not restarted. The Iranian plan also demands war damages and reparations and demands the war be concluded on all fronts. That includes pro-Iranian armed groups in the region. The plan also seeks guarantees of Iran's right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz, a key maritime channel for 1/5 of the world's oil.
And from my understanding, this particular clause in this counterproposal would include Hezbollah and Hamas. So Israel would have to stop its war in Lebanon, and is basically its genocide of Palestinians. Which I'm sure that they'd be thrilled to do, right? Like, come on.
It came after Iran reportedly received a 15-point plan from the US, which Iran rejected. Our North America correspondent David Willis reports.
Mr. President, come on out.
Donald Trump insists negotiations are taking place with Iran aimed at ending the conflict in the Middle East. Addressing a fundraising event in Washington, D.C. last night, he said the Iranian leadership was simply too scared to admit it.
And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us.
Iran flatly denied this. Its resilience has surprised its enemies, and the regime insists any talk of negotiation amounts to an admission of defeat. The war will end on their terms, they say, not Donald Trump's.
Okay, we're gonna get back to talking about the negotiation efforts, or the whatever you want to call them, the negotiations. Supposed negotiations in the third half. But I'm determined to give us our breaks, which we so deeply deserve. We're living through difficult times. I think it's better for us to consume some of this in bite-sized pieces. Also, it extends the stream for all of you. A little bit. This is not going to be a regular length stream. It'll probably be like 5-6 hours max. Just an update. Just an update. A post-leftist mafia update on Iran. This is genuinely how I thought about this stream. I mean, I was watching Leftist Mafia until the show started. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Your contributions are what keep us going. That's right, this show would cease to exist if it weren't for space fams like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams. Break is over. And the third half of the stream is about to begin, so you'd better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you will unfortunately miss it. That'd be bad.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, people, 3 hours into this stream. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody feeling? We're like, I would classify us as being about halfway through. I'd say we probably got as much to go as we've already got by. So you can really see that as both good or bad. It's up to you. How you want to see it? Are you a glass half full person? Half full or half empty? That's really up to you, Space Fams. I'd like to say you should probably think of it as half full, because you're kind of getting an extra stream this week, if you think about it. And this one was like not free. We didn't do a galactic content goal for the stream either. I'll point out. Goalless stream. Although we did complete the financing of the galactic deficit, which was huge. Either way, just saying. This is like a sixth and bonus stream this week. Because you're still getting it Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So even if it's not 8 hours, you're still getting, you're still getting some sweet, sweet content. Normal week, you might not have gotten. So take that. Take that to the
President Trump claims Iran's leaders are afraid to admit they are negotiating with the US. The Iranian foreign minister told state media that the fact Mr. Trump was even talking about negotiations and no longer demanding unconditional surrender was an admission of defeat. Abbas Araghchi said Iran wanted the war to end on its terms and has countered the US proposal with its own 5-point proposal. It calls for an end to US and Israeli strikes and assassinations of Iranian officials to ensure mechanisms that the war is not restarted. The Iranian plan also demands war damages and reparations and demands the war be concluded on all fronts. That includes pro-Iranian armed groups in the region. The plan also seeks guarantees of Iran's right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz, a key maritime channel for a fifth of the world's oil. It came after Iran reportedly received a 15-point plan from the US, which Iran rejected. Our North America correspondent David Willis reports.
Mr. President, come on out.
Donald Trump insists negotiations are taking place with Iran aimed at ending the conflict in the Middle East. Addressing a fundraising event in Washington, D.C. last night, he said the Iranian leadership was simply too scared to admit it.
And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us.
Iran flatly denied this. Its resilience has surprised its enemies, and the regime insists any talk of negotiation amounts to an admission of defeat. The war will end on their terms, they say, not Donald Trump's.
I state firmly that there has been no negotiation or dialogue with the American side. However, in recent days, the American side has begun sending various messages through different intermediaries. Messages being conveyed through our friendly countries, and us responding by stating our positions or issuing the necessary warnings is not called negotiation or dialogue. It is simply an exchange of messages through our friends.
Tel Aviv has come under Iranian attack, yet Israel's government has no desire to stop the war until Iran accepts total defeat and severs contact with its allies in the region. Meanwhile, thousands more US troops are on their way to the Middle East, including paratroopers from the elite 82nd Airborne Division, prompting speculation about the possibility of an American ground assault, possibly involving Iran's oil hub, Karg Island. A vital pathway for oil and gas supplies, the Strait of Hormuz, remains blocked to all but a small number of vessels. That's led to rising fuel prices, prompting the US Postal Service to impose an 8% surcharge on parcel deliveries. One of Iran's conditions for ending the conflict would be recognition of its sovereignty over this vital waterway. The US is insisting on the total dismantling of Iran's nuclear facilities. And nearly 4 weeks into this conflict, any hope of an imminent de-escalation is looking increasingly unlikely. David Willis, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Israeli strikes on Lebanon are continuing. Iran is striking back as well. 2 people have been killed by falling debris from an intercepted missile.
Okay. We're going to stay on the topic of the negotiations. Now go to Donald Trump himself at the first cabinet meeting held in the last month. Since the beginning of Operation Epstein Fury, he had a number of interesting things to say.
And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal.
Not me.
Anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know they're talking. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way.
Only a total fool.
But
they're not
fools. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting
really a lot ahead of schedule. We are really a lot ahead of schedule, everybody. We're doing a great job.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building.
Dude, I don't know which part of this is more deranged. Donald Trump is now claiming that Iran has nuclear weapons that the United States is blowing up. Does he actually think that Iran has nuclear weapons? I don't understand. How is this guy this dumb? He's just saying a bunch of deranged, idiotic things. We're free to roam. We're free to roam and do whatever we want. Blowing up all their nuclear weapons. He's literally living in an alternate reality. I literally don't even know what to say. What are you talking about? F-35s are getting shot down. F-18s getting shot down. It doesn't sound super free. But maybe he was talking about something else.
Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
Can I do it?
Do anything. Thank you. They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid.
That laugh from Howard, oh my God. Did you hear him? Howard loved that joke. Oh my God, that killed for Howard. Howard loved it. You can do whatever you want. You're right. You're right. Oh my God, Howard is dying.
They said to show you
the
fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. 8 boats. 8 big boats of oil.
8 boats.
This was 2 days ago.
Full boats.
And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. Aww. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations.
10 boats, a beautiful, perfect gift. That's the supposed great gift that Donald Trump was talking about. 10 whole boats allowed out of the Strait of Hormuz. You hear how excited Donald Trump is? I made a deal. It's the great art of the deal. They said 8 and then we got 10. That's how it's done. Such an idiot. Great, 10 boats. Huge progress. Here's the question. Why are we still doing this war? Why are we doing
So as we were just discussing how young people may be forced into this cause, whether they want it to or not, through a potential draft that this administration has never ruled out, let's take a listen to Caroline Levitt talk about why exactly Trump decided to launch this war.
In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president.
Young people, he's doing this for you. Have you told him thank you? Aren't you so delighted this is what the president has decided to do for you at a time when, let's put the next piece up on the screen, the job market for young graduates is the grimmest in years. Young people, most of them cannot hope to afford a house. This war is making that worse because mortgage rates are going up again. Yep. She referenced there gas prices. I'd say that's a pretty significant, important part.
Well, there's the answer. That's what we're doing. We're doing it for young people. There you go, young people. Enjoy it. Enjoy this great war, which will no doubt put this country further into debt. Further into debt and ruin your future. Enjoy. Enjoy. Thank me later. Or now. Either one. Fine. Or both. Now and later. All right, France 24 English next from 8 hours ago. Winding down or spinning out of control. Trump's mixed signals on Iran. Rattled traditional allies.
Yeah, France's foreign minister briefing the press on a war that could either be winding down or escalating a whole lot more. Jean-Noël Barrot hosting his G7 counterparts at the 12th century Vaux-de-Cernay Abbey, a monastery turned luxury resort southwest of Paris. And it's actually the G6 right now because the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio instead, on day one, attended a Donald Trump cabinet meeting at the White House. He's in the plane now, on his way to France. And before the arrival of Jean-Noël Barrot's U.S. counterpart, there's brainstorming aplenty inside the picturesque venue of a two-day Group of 7 industrialized nations meeting. Today in the France 24 debate, we're wondering, is it winding down or spinning out of control? With us to talk about it, Vivian Walt, Paris correspondent for Time magazine. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Dinakar Perry, fellow at the Carnegie India think tank's Security Studies program. Welcome to Paris.
Thank you.
And Karim Emid Bitar, professor at St. Joseph University of Beirut and the French Political Science Institute Sciences Po. How are you?
Good evening.
A reminder that in these perilous times where it's all moving fast, you can always take the time to listen. That's right, listen to the France 24 debate wherever podcasts are streamed. With Marco Rubio not in the room, Karim Bitar, it's all about the things you like to hear at a multilateral event like this one. We'll talk about cooperation.
No, little Marco. Everything's great. Yeah, that's America for you.
Arrives, how to speak in a unified voice to restore a modicum of multilateralism in a world that has become completely crazy.
All right, Donald Trump, not a fan of multilateralism until we heard him airing a grievance earlier in that cabinet meeting, angry with NATO members who've balked at joining an operation that, well, they were left in the dark over until it had actually begun.
One thing we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. I'm so disappointed in NATO because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us, you don't have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements.
We're going to remember a not-so-veiled threat there, Vivian Walt. Again, how does this G6 get its ducks in order before Marco Rubio arrives, picking up on what Karen was saying?
The real problem is that Trump is in a bind. Europe's in a bind as well. But Trump is in a bind, having kind of torched all his allies for 15 months. He suddenly is realizing that he might actually need them. So that puts Europe in a position of having to essentially kind of in a kind of humiliating way, really, come to the rescue, which they, in a sense, have to do because it's their economy on the line as well. You already had today growth expectations for this year has been cut dramatically, and inflation is rising. So I think they are all somewhat unable to figure out what to do. And hence tonight we have a whole G6 meeting, not about the Middle East, but about drugs, which is something they can all agree on. I think they are really in a tight spot.
He was candid in saying that the media issues would wait until the arrival of the U.S. Secretary of State.
Oh, we better wait for America. Better wait for America before we make any decisions. They don't have the cards. That's right, Amanda. They don't have the cards. No cards. Let's see what the Warhawks think. The neocon Warhawks. Donald Trump's first Secretary of Defense? John Bolton. Right? Or was he National Security Advisor? He might have been National Security Advisor. I can't remember. I think it was national. I think that's the second
President Trump's former national security advisor, Ambassador John Bolton. And thank you for being here. I mean, as someone who obviously used to spend a lot of time inside the Situation Room with the president, when you hear what he says there, do you believe it matters what the president calls this?
Well, I think he's been looking for some time for a way to get out of this. And although it started as a regime change operation, which I think was the right objective, I think he's been nervous about the outcome for some time. It's not unusual for presidents to try and disguise what's actually going on. Let's not forget, Harry Truman called the war in Korea a police exercise, a police operation. But I think it shows that Trump is confused about what his objectives are, and that doesn't bode well.
I mean, the White House says it's been very clear what their objectives are. You don't think it is?
Well, how many have they named over the course of the last 3+ weeks? I think the correct objective is to overthrow the regime. I don't think it's going to negotiate with any seriousness at all. I don't think that's what they want, and I don't think that there's anybody in this regime with whom we can negotiate. If we weren't prepared to stick this out, then I don't think the president ever should have started it.
I mean, we've seen the president saying that Iran really wants to make a deal. The White House today, even when asked by my colleague.
There we go. There's John Bolton here to say, look, we're already doing it. We better just do it real good. Fucking classic neocon Warhawk. Thanks, John. Great job, pal. Look, maybe it was a bad idea, but now that we've started the bad idea, we can't undo the bad idea. We gotta do it as good as we can.
This is ridiculous!
Ay, ay, ay. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind. Probably because I'm forced to listen to a complete idiot, Donald Trump, constantly ramble on back and forth about who the hell knows what, constantly contradicting himself over and over again, having no idea what the United States is doing. I mean, having some idea, But like having no real clear idea of what's the future holds or what the plans are or any of that. We have a bunch of psychos like John Bolton running around saying, actually, we need to keep doing this war because we already started it, don't you see? Here's a question. Why do people keep going to John Bolton for fucking... I just need to stop before we do anything else. Why do people keep going to this motherfucker? Why does he keep showing up on CNN all the time? Why is John Bolton a constant fix, like a fixture on CNN? Why do we need to know what this guy thinks? I'd rather not know. I know what... Actually, I can say I feel like I always know what John Bolton's thinking. Which is why I usually don't listen to these. I just felt like listening to it today. I don't know why. I was, in the mood for, I don't know. I was feeling masochistic, I guess. But, like, I always know what John's going to say. Because he's the most standard neocon you can muster up. He always says the exact things that I think he's going to say. And I don't need him. I don't need him. I can just guess. I can just guess what John's thinking, and I'm probably be right. I'm probably be right most of the time. He looks rough. He does look kind of rough, doesn't he? He's getting old. He's got to be like 80, right? Like, how old is John Bolton? He's got to be like 80 years old or something.
I'm staying in the race.
He's an ancient fuck. 77 years old. He's 77 years old, born in 1948. Jesus Christ. He'll be turning 78 in a few months. Paige Larson on a 10-stream streak. Trump needs to go. I could use a sub if anyone can help me out. Yes, why don't someone help Paige Larson with a sub? I'm also noticing that Mo and Nope was on a 5-stream streak. And Omega Star's on a 15-stream streak. So many streaks going on over there. My God, you're all so impressive. Yeesh. Well, while we're talking about Republican NPCs, let's see what's going on at the PBD podcast. Ye olde PBD podcast.
You're about to be
Prepare
valuetained.
Paul Davidson.
I like this. Is this the same show? Do we know if this is the same show from the? This is from this morning.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you meant.
Can we get a report on why Vinny is now dressing in a 3-piece suit?
He's got a court date.
I told you, I think he's late because you heard that guy who left the show, right? Like the producer who said that like PBD would like punish people for being late and lock them out at the door
is that
at
it?
6
So you
a.m.
think he's like on secret probation?
Yeah, I think he defied the cult in some way or something. That's my guess.
Well, Vinny's been dressing nicely as of late, and maybe it's like maybe it. I would guess it's like one of two things. Either Patrick Bet-David has raised the cost of having an hour, Zoom call with him, and so everybody's got to wear a suit to justify that it's now like $45,000 an hour or whatever it is, or he's having trouble getting the 40,000, and he needs everybody in a suit to juice it.
Or Vinny met a guy at Casa D'Angelo that sells suits.
Or Vinny, they're trying to get Vinny to also do like, dude, you can do the hour for, $1,800. But you need to wear a suit. If you want a taste of this, look at Tom over there. Yeah. He's making money and he's wearing a suit. So if you want to be on Manect, you gotta. Go ahead.
On the ground there at all, personally.
Vinny. Pat, again, we're people need to understand we're in war, and in war you have to do tactics. And
at gunpoint.
The president knows what he's doing when it comes to information here, posting this, market goes down. But the one thing that bothers me here, posting this, market goes down. But the one thing that bothers me is the fact that if we strike, Tom, and correct me if I'm wrong, power plants in Iran, the very people that we were talking about helping are going to suffer the most. Besides the military, besides everybody else, we start striking, because already the oil, it's on fire, they're breathing all that stuff in. If we start attacking the power plant for Iran, the people that were in the streets fighting and trying to revolt to go against this Islamic. Why do you say that?
Pause it for 1 second.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Can I just say, I don't know what's happened, but ever since this guy's in a suit, everything he said there is like perhaps one of the most humane and rational things I've heard on this show. He's absolutely right. I mean, the credit he's giving to Donald Trump, I think, is probably unwarranted, but nevertheless,
a little bit knee jerk.
He understands and recognizes the human cost.
Yep.
All right, go back a little bit because now this is why Patrick Bet-David is going to be like,
why you say that?
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
PBD's actual skill set here is basically bludgeoning somebody into submission.
The power plant for Iran, the people that were in the streets fighting and trying to revolt to go against this Islamic. Why do you say that? Well, I mean, think about it. If you hit the power plants, all the power is going to be gone. We're seeing what's happening in Cuba right now. They haven't had power for how many days? If you hit the power plants, all the people are going to suffer in Iran. It's not going to be just military. Am I wrong? Yeah. That's my thing, and I get it. It's war, but if that happens, the same people that were.
What is going on with Vinny? Sam's right. Something weird is happening over at Manect. I don't know if he's been getting if he's been Manecting with PBD or what, but something's going on with Vinny. First off, his face isn't even slightly red, and he's making a lot of sense right now. It's a little weird. Considering Vinny's past, some of the things he's said in the past. It's weird for him to say even slightly intelligent things.
Are going to be affected. So what's the reason why we're in there? Well, the initial reason, I thought the first time we went to Iran was because people were in the streets 40,000 people were killed for protesting, and we were supposed to go in there and help them put in a leader. I think once Trump talked to Reza Pahlavi, he realized that guy wasn't the guy. But then from what we're hearing, it's now, this is from what I'm gathering, that now we're like, oh, they were trying to get a nuclear weapon, which I thought we knocked that all out 6 months ago. I thought that was done.
The story came out that maybe we didn't go all the way in and we didn't fully destroy it. Maybe we did.
Pause it for 1 second. I don't want to interrupt his fantasizing about the story came out, but Vinny is like right on top of it, like, oh, there's been changing reasons why we went in there, and we thought we were going to insert a leader, and then somewhere around like week 2 of the war, we realized the king that we thought we were going to put in, he's useless.
This is really weird to see Vinny have such a strong grasp on the situation. He does seem to have figured out exactly what's been going on. We've been led into this with conflicting reasons, and it's very, I mean, Vinny's he's cooking over here. Something weird's going on.
So we can't do
there.
that. Whoopsie. Incidentally, should tell you that purposely blowing up power plants so that the civilian population loses power, aside from obviously like a lot of people are going to die. I don't know, dialysis, ventilators, whatever it is, people are going to die. That type of collective punishment is actually a war crime.
Says who?
I mean, come on. Obviously some...
Why you say that?
Yes, and thank you everybody for trying to tell me that I was muted. I do have a solution to this, which I'm going to add to the throne. Now that we've completed the galactic deficit, I think I will add this to the throne. But I have an item I think we could easily crowdfund. But I found like a little light. I'm torn between which one to do. Like, I was thinking about getting something like either this, right, like a stoplight, or one of these, right, like an on-air light, and so like I turn it on and off to like let myself know whether or not the mic is on, right? I'm not sure which one I'm gonna add to the throne yet. I think they're both good ideas. But I think I probably won't add it until we complete the other crowdfunding item that we have on there.
But here he is back now with a new story. I'm curious where you heard the story. Oh, I heard that we actually didn't get the the beauty of trying to bomb and destroy a nuclear program that doesn't exist is that you can either succeed or fail and do both simultaneously and in retrospect.
Yeah, then there's actually no plans to go after the stockpile. Trump's even admitted it.
Like, no, they didn't fully destroy everything they did, and who knows the real story behind what happened there. So, okay, Adam, your thoughts on this?
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to help the terrorists, but if the terrorists, the IRGC in Iran, actually want to understand Trump, they should read one book. It's called The Art of the Deal. Because if they read that book and put down the Quran and put up this book, they'll actually probably understand Trump's mindset.
Art of the Deal.
You talk about asymmetric warfare.
They'll probably didn't somebody else write that book? Am I losing my mind? I thought they'll understand Donald Trump's mindset by reading a book that somebody else wrote. Yeah, it was written by Tony Schwartz. It was written by somebody else. Okay. Just read that. You read that.
How many times have you heard that term? Asymmetric warfare. They got drones. We got missiles. All of that.
Yep.
Trump is also using asymmetric warfare. He's basically saying, you got 48 hours, tough guy. They're like, what? Hold on. What? Are we going to call him? We're going to talk to him? All right, just kidding. You got 5 days. And then in 3 days, he bombs them. And they're like, what? I thought it was 48 hours. I thought.
Immediately.
Trump is unpredictable. He's using tactics, like Vinny said. And then if you follow the art of the deal, what does he talk about? Thinking big. He talks about creating leverage. Talks about controlling the narrative, which he's doing. All eyes on Trump.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then it's always negotiating from strength. Vinny, you okay, baby?
Yeah.
Spitting out water on me?
Negotiating from
Anyway, the
strength.
last thing I'll say is this. Thank God we got Trump in there.
Watching Vinny laugh at Adam like to his face right now is hilarious. Oh God.
Enough.
It's beautiful.
I'll just say, you look at.
Is Vinny laughing at him?
Yeah.
I think he swallowed wrong. I don't think it was anything about the content.
I don't think
he's not used to water bottles. But I will say the chat is insanely pro Vinny and basically just take shots at Adam the entire time.
I mean, this is just one of the most sort of like dumbest retconning I've ever heard. Like, okay, Trump is going to, well, why couldn't Trump say 48 hours and attack him 24 hours later? Right. No, it's the old, I don't know what I'm doing. I make you think I don't know what I'm doing, but I know exactly what I'm doing.
It's the taco gambit, don't you see? This is what I was saying earlier as a joke. This is what I was saying earlier as a joke. But Adam's taking it very seriously. He actually thinks the taco gambit is real. And you know what? Maybe it is. Oh, the taco gambit. Nobody's expecting it. No one is ever expecting the taco gambit. Our three weapons are surprise, and fear. And an almost fanatical devotion. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. Let's go back to talking about the war in Iran. Donald Trump insisting that Iranian operations are extremely ahead of schedule. So very ahead of schedule.
Today, Donald Trump has told his cabinet that Iran is keen to negotiate a ceasefire in the nearly months-long war in the Middle East. Well, the president's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, echoing that. He's saying that there are strong signs that Tehran could be convinced now to make a deal. Here's a little then of the cabinet meeting which has been taking place this afternoon at the White House.
So we estimate it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been
extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. I just wanted to hear that one more time because it's fucking ridiculous. Extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. More ahead than anyone's ever thought possible before. Everybody's saying it.
Angela, as well as talking about what he says is Iran's desire for a deal, a journalist in the room also asking Donald Trump about the Strait of Hormuz, which obviously has been blocked now for several weeks effectively by Iran.
Yeah, he didn't give any clear answers. This Axios news site, the American news site, has been talking to people, and there are a number of scenarios which are being floated. One of them, of course, we have already heard much about, the idea that American ground troops might try to seize Karg Island. That's where that huge oil export terminal, which supplies a lot of the income to Iran, that's where that is. That would involve then holding it, even if it were captured. So it's quite complicated. The other scenario, which is being floated according to Axios, is seizing another island, a smaller island further up, where a lot of the radars and ability to track ships in the Straits of Hormuz, or trying to enter the Strait of Hormuz, where a lot of that is held. The idea would be to go and to seize that. There are other options apparently being entertained, such as seizing ships that are carrying Iranian oil. These scenarios are all being floated, apparently, according to Axios news site. Also, the idea of trying to get the 460 kilos of highly enriched uranium, which the Iranians admit they have. It's thought that it's under rubble after the June bombing campaign last year. That, again, very complicated. He was asked very clearly what would happen if that were to get into the wrong hands, and he dodged the question and said that is a ridiculous question.
It's a ridiculous question. Not gonna answer it. More fake news media asking nasty questions. Not gonna do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yeah. This whole thing is escalating quickly. A war of choice turning into a global war at this point. I mean, it's becoming more and more so a global conflict. What is Donald Trump's strategy? We keep talking about what the goals are and having no real clarity on that.
Iran and the United States are hardening their positions. Tehran has moved to formalize its control over the crucial Strait of Hormuz, while Washington is now preparing for the arrival of U.S. troops in the region that could be used on the ground in Iran. But posting on his Truth Social platform this morning, Donald Trump said Iran is begging the U.S. to make a deal, adding Iranian negotiators better get serious soon before it's too late. Well, Pakistan today said indirect talks are taking place between the U.S. and Iran, but officials in Iran continue to deny they are negotiating with the U.S.
For now, our policy is to continue resisting and to continue defending our country. At present, we have no intention of negotiating, and no negotiations have taken place.
We're winning so big, nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us.
We're going to talk more about this now with Middle East expert Aaron David Miller, who joins me from Washington. Aaron, thanks for taking the time to speak to us. Here we are now, almost a month into this war. What are your thoughts on how it has played out so far?
You know, the average length of an interstate conflict since 1815 is roughly 3 to 4 months. We're now a month in, and I see no indication or evidence that a serious negotiation that would provide a diplomatic off-ramp that both sides could accept or anywhere close to that. There's now talk of a major escalation on the part of the United States. The president has deployed additional options. And I don't see escalation, frankly, as increasing the level of pain to bring the Iranians to the table. So frankly, right now, I think we're nowhere.
Indeed, and I think that begs the question as well, what is the strategy at this point, particularly from the point of view of the U.S.? Is there one?
Well, look, the war of choice has now become a war of necessity. the triangular affair between Iran, Israel, and the U.S. has now morphed and evolved into a genuine international crisis, certainly an economic crisis. I mean, the straits are not closed, by the way. The Iranians are granting preferential access and appear to want to charge fees, so-called tolls for transit and passage. I think the Iranians submitted a letter to the UN yesterday that basically said straits aren't closed. We're simply granting access to what they consider to be non-hostile countries. I don't think there is a strategy. And that, I think, bespeaks a certain amount of reality, that right now there is simply neither Iran or the U.S. is under enough pain, nor do they see the prospects of gain of making real concessions that could begin to create a pathway out of this. So
Yeah. Yeah. That is the problem, is that both sides feel like they haven't gotten enough out of this yet. Honestly, I feel like Iran, especially. So it's Iran and Israel who I feel like have not gotten what they want most out of it. I think to some degree Donald Trump has. Or at least that he is now rethinking what it is he wants out of this. But I think I think it's more Israel and Iran at this point who now want this to keep going, whereas I think Donald Trump just wants it to come to an end, but doesn't know how to end it. But who knows? Maybe Saturday we'll see another U.S. escalation. Maybe we'll invade Karg Island. I don't know. I don't know. Like, there's no way to know what's going to happen from one second to the next. Maybe Donald Trump does actually want this war. What is even in his head exactly? That's a question that I feel like it's difficult to actually answer at any given time. Like what? Like, because the fact is, you go down and get it down to like motives. Like, what are his motives? He's not ideological. He doesn't have some sort of like religious reason for wanting, wanting this war, like Israel might, or the Christian Zionists might, or whomever else, right? He's already gotten all that money from Miriam Adelson, and while it may have been very helpful in the election, it's not like he needs her for another election, or that she can take the money back now. He's got people around him who certainly want this. Mike Huckabee, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, probably. Of course, Pete Hegseth's all on board with this. But in terms of his own, like Donald Trump, like I try and like pick this apart, but like what is the motive for him to want to continue this? What does he see himself as getting out of this in the end of all of it, militarily? Maybe oil. Maybe he thinks that we'll seize oil, oil infrastructure from Iran. Which seems, I mean, insane to think that we would be able to do such a thing without a seriously long and protracted engagement. Wouldn't be done without troops on the ground, without an invasion, like an Iraq level, like multi-year, potentially decade-long type of war. To do such
Turning now to enlistment and part of the other potential dangers here for the United States. Going to put this up here on the screen. The U.S. Army has now raised enlistment age to 42 and eased marijuana policies to bolster their ranks. The change takes effect April 20th alongside a new rule dropping restrictions for recruits with a single marijuana possession conviction. Obviously, I think people know my feelings on the marijuana front, but generally, not usually a good thing. Whenever you have to say, hey, you've been caught with drugs before, no worries. Oh, you're only 36? Come on in here. Let's raise the age up
You're
to 42.
only in your early 40s?
Right.
Come on down.
Yeah, you're only for this is like Ukraine level stuff, right? In addition to the age requirement, the Army has removed restrictions for recruits who have a single possession of marijuana or drug paraphernalia. Previously, that would have required a waiver from the Pentagon and the passing of a drug test. Wait, we're not going to drug test guys who've been caught with drugs before? What are we doing here? All right, you want some weed addict to be serving in the military behind
Plenty
a
of drug
machine
addicts
gun?
in the military, according to Seth Harp.
Oh,
so.
that's even worse. Okay, get them out too. Currently, the Navy and Air Force permit recruits over the age of 40, but the Marine Corps has a maximum age of enlistment for 28. Fiscal year 2025, the Army did see a recruiting bump following 7 years of decline, but in 2022 and many of the years prior, they significantly missed a recruitment goal. Part of the problem, I'm assuming, is that the 2025 Army recruitment bump or U.S. military recruitment bump is not enough to make up for like a 25% deficit for years under the Biden administration. And so having to raise the recruitment age, it's just not something I would personally do in a time of war because this was by far, of all the news that's broken through, I saw this one break through the normie firewall more than anything because people are like, wait, what? They're like, whoa. They're like, I didn't sign up for any of this. I will say this is personally why I support a draft because part of the problem with a volunteer, all volunteer military, while yes, I think it makes it much more professional, is it makes it much easier to deploy without democratic consent, and I mean of the governed.
Yeah.
You're telling me that Zager wants to get... How old is Zager? He's young enough that he'd get drafted, right? You're telling me Zager wants to join the military right now? Shut up, Zager.
For example,
Shut the fuck up.
Post-Vietnam, they said, well, what was the most unpopular part of Vietnam? The draft. Well, let's just get rid of the draft part. And by getting rid of that, Iraq, Afghanistan, the years of the forever wars.
Oh, wait, he's saying get rid of it? I thought he was saying he was for the draft.
Take the best and the brightest of like these poorer areas, promise them the moon, sign-ups and Ford F-150s and all this other stuff, and then you just ship them off. And it actually enables you to keep it going for a longer period of time. So that's what I look at this recruitment age expansion as, is to try and expand the pool to be able to offer all of these incentives, like the financial incentives and stuff, which I'm not opposed to any of that per se, but what it does is it creates the space to actually bring more people in the military and have less democratic consent. Like only 1% of people have ever served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Very few people actually know people who've served in the Armed Forces. It's one of the biggest class divides. If you're upper income, you probably don't know anybody who served in the military. It's extremely rare. If you're college educated, again, very, very rare. Your closest connection might be like ROTC people on your campus, but you're not even going to know necessarily like enlisted folks. And that's the issue, which we saw is that with Vietnam, yes, we had a draft, but we had basically the draft exclusion for a lot of the upper elite who didn't have to go in to serve, is it ends up becoming like the poor and the uneducated who are either forced by circumstance or tricked or told to go into the war. And it creates exactly this type of situation. When you are expanding recruitment age, it's usually a sign either that the populace is too obese, which is true, too drug addicted, true, for a variety of reasons, like ineligible to serve.
Yeah.
But you have to create this where you have to like suck people more in for incentives, and it sends the message of we don't have enough people and we might be coming for you.
Yeah.
And that's the danger. Even though I do support a draft, but it's one of those where I support it because I know that it would do what it did under Vietnam.
Wait, so he does support the draft. This guy... Honestly, I hate Zager. He's constantly saying so many words without saying anything. He's such a useless
People were like, I am not
twit.
going for this war. Like, this is not happening, which will force you to engage harder in the democratic process. It's a matter of life and death.
We also have reports that, the number of conscientious...
Oh, don't you see? It'll improve. If everybody If everybody has to go into the military, it'll make democracy better, says Sagar. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it.
Objectors
what a fucking
is
idiot.
Is surging. That you have service members who are saying things like, "I don't want to die for Israel." So there is a lack. I mean, think of who the military is: largely young men, right? Many of whom may have supported President Trump, and
statistically probably did.
The vast majority of whom very likely opposed this war, because I mean, if you look at the numbers generationally, young people are the most opposed to it. So you're going to have a lot of service members who are, in the military right now who are not down with this mission. So you have that issue. You also, just zooming out to the sort of like more macro perspective, the best recruitment tool is the immiseration of the population, because if people are desperate then and you're like, oh, we'll give you this perk and that perk and you'll be able to live and earn a decent salary and, have some prospects in life. And so as AI comes for it's already destroyed a lot of the blue collar job path. As AI now comes for the white collar jobs as well. Look, my daughter's graduating high school. I know a lot of kids who she's graduating with that in my era would have definitely been college bound who are now going to the military. Yeah. I know a lot. And so, I think you've got now this expansion. Obviously, it's very ominous at a time of war when you're looking at a giant country like Iran, 90+ million people, all sorts of capabilities, present threatening ground invasion. And that's the moment when you jump the enlistment age from 34 to 42. I mean, that's also a big jump, right? And we've seen what's happened in Ukraine. I mean, it's just very disturbing. And to your point about the draft, if that doesn't give them the numbers and we end up in some big war in Iran, guess what the next tool is? It is a draft. So I know these things seem insane right now, but let's not forget, Caroline Leavitt was asked, hey, people are worried about a draft. What do you have to say to that? She wouldn't rule it out. Let's take a listen to that moment.
Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now.
It has been, and it will continue to be, and President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table.
And the most charitable reading of that, Sagar, is that she was not responding directly to the piece about the draft. She was responding to ground troops or whatever. But did they ever come out and be like, no drafts? Like, you guys took that out of No, they didn't. They let it stand. Just like they let, stand what Mike Huckabee said about Greater Israel Project, let that stand. They let this stand. Look, they're happy to put on a tweet, oh, the fake news media is twisting her words. No, we didn't get any of that.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't think we can expect any serious journalism from Maria Bartiromo over there at Fox Business. And now, but with the potential of a draft in the future not being ruled out by Donald Trump and thousands of troops being sent to the region, some of us may be thinking to ourselves, what? Did I sign up? I don't remember signing up for this.
The mixed messages from the US about the direction of the Middle East war have multiplied tonight, with Donald Trump talking up negotiations with Tehran amid reports that the Pentagon is about to send thousands of US troops to Iran. Mr. Trump, speaking in the Oval Office, didn't address troop deployment, but he claimed that talks are happening right now and that Iran had agreed to abandon its nuclear program. The Iranians yesterday denied that any such talks were taking place. Hostilities in the region have continued, with Israel and Iran both carrying out strikes, and Bahrain suffering one of its worst days of the war as an Iranian missile struck a military base. With a closer look at another turbulent day, here's our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
I'm going to keep going through these here.
As the U.S. and Israeli war on
Just trying
Iran
to get
enters
vibes on
its
some of this.
26th day, the Pentagon's deploying up to 3,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. In addition, 2,500 troops from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit are heading to the region, are expected to arrive later this week. Another 4,500 troops, along with 3 more ships, are expected to arrive in the coming weeks. This comes as speculation is growing the U.S. might attempt to seize Kharg Island, a key Iranian oil export hub. The deployments come amid some diplomatic developments. Pakistani officials say Iran's received a 15-point ceasefire proposal from the U.S., but top Iranian officials have denied Trump's claim that direct negotiations have already begun between Iran and the U.S. On Tuesday, Trump claimed Iran had agreed to never have a nuclear weapon, but offered no details. Meanwhile, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has announced Israel plans to occupy all of South Lebanon south of the Litani River. Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has called for the Litani River to become Israel's new border with Lebanon. We're joined right now by retired Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, who spent 20 years in the U.S. Air Force as a Special Operations Targeting Specialist. Bryant served as the Chief of Civilian Harm Assessment at the Pentagon from 2024 to 25 before the office was dissolved. We thank you so much for being with us. If you can start off by that first day of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, because this goes to you being an expert on targeting, and the killing of at least 175 people, overwhelmingly primary.
Well, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this. I think the part of this that I want is slightly later.
Catch these. You know, he doesn't have to change our law of war, our targeting doctrine, our what we call collateral damage methodology, and how we assess civilian risk and mitigate it. But the culture and the precedent that he sets and the orders that he gives, even verbally, can change all of that. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a complete disregard for standing operational practices that would have us adhere to international law, adhere to the protection, sacred values that we hold as Americans and American warfighters. One of those being the protection of the innocent, and this entire warrior ethos that Hegseth proliferates. It's frankly disgusting. There's nothing about him that exudes the American warrior ethos, because for me, how I was brought up, that ethos includes honor, humanity, temperance, the protection of the innocent, humility. He exudes none of those. In fact, the exact opposite of all of those. And that's incredibly dangerous to the culture of our military. And we see it playing out in its use.
Retired Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, you were forced out of government last spring. What's happened to your position? What is the impact of gutting your department? And explain what that department is, or was, I should say.
This department was called the Civilian Protection Center of Excellence out of the Pentagon. It was actually initiated under Secretary Esper in the first Trump administration, codified into law under Secretary Austin in the Biden administration, and it was actually Austin's #1 priority. I was one of the people directly recruited in. That's how big of a priority it was. We want as many experts in as many different fields as we can to help the military get better. Look at sustains and improves, we call, from the war on terror, from the last 20, 30 years. What were we doing well to protect civilians, and what could we do a lot better? That was the entire construct. And this fell under what was called the Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Enterprise. And that was completely targeted, as soon as Hegseth and his
Yeah. I'm going to skip past this one. I can't remember the spot that I wanted. That wasn't the spot that I needed. But we already watched it earlier this week. Yesterday, I guess. But I just wanted to watch it again, but screw it. Screw it, I'm just gonna keep going through these.
CNN has learned that around 1,000 U.S. Army paratroops are headed to the Middle East. Now, sources are telling CNN soldiers with the Army's 82nd Airborne Division are expected to deploy in the next few days. Now, here's another question. Why are troops being deployed when President Trump insists talks with Iran are progressing? Now, CNN's chief national security analyst and anchor, Jim Sciutto, is actually on the ground in Tel Aviv. He joins me live. First, can you tell me a little bit about this deployment of...
I mean, it could very well be the Taco Gambit. I'm still not completely, off Team Taco Gambit. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible Donald Trump just said it, thinking that Iran would take him seriously on his supposed claims of wanting to end the war while just amassing more troops to do an invasion. I think it's entirely possible, I'm afraid. It sounds incredibly stupid. This is Donald Trump we're talking about. He said the war was won on day one. That's right.
Turning now to the ground troop section.
That's
Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. Some breaking news here from Barack Ravid, who is, of course, a White House.
Sometimes you win the war on day one, then you have to keep going for another month or two, maybe 3.
Could it all be posturing? Certainly could, but we should take it seriously. He says the Pentagon is preparing for a massive, quote, final blow of the Iran war. I have never heard that word before in history, have I? Usually it accompanies a massive invasion that doesn't work out. It has to lead to another final blow. And just this time, it will break the enemy. The Pentagon is developing military options for the final blow. A dramatic military escalation will grow more likely if no progress is made. They think a crushing show of force to conclude the fighting would create more leverage in peace talks or simply give Trump something to point to and declare victory. Iran, of course, has a say in how the war ends. Many of the scenarios would risk prolonging and intensifying the conflict. It would include potentially invading or blockading Karg Island, invading Larak, an island that helps Iran solidify its control of the Straits of Hormuz, seizing the strategic island of Abu Musa, and 2 smaller islands which lie near the western entrance to the strait and are controlled by Iran but also claimed by the UAE, and blocking or seizing ships that are exporting Iranian oil on the eastern side of the Hormuz Strait. The military has also prepared plans for ground operations deep inside the interior of Iran to secure the highly enriched uranium buried within nuclear facilities. Instead of conducting such a complicated and risky operation, they could also carry out large-scale airstrikes on those facilities to try to prevent Iran from ever accessing that material. Now, you put this together with all of the troops that are currently on their way to the region, and you could be reasonably confident that something like this could happen absent a huge diplomatic breakthrough in the next 4 hours. Starting tomorrow is when the 5-day deadline / extension expires / market is closed, right? Exactly. Tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Everybody open their eyes. I joked it brings a whole new meaning to weekend warriors. You can only fight, we literally are weekend warriors. We can only fight when the market is closed. Imagine trying to time D-Day with when the S&P was going to open in New York.
Okay, that's actually hilarious to me. That's literally what we're doing though, isn't it? Yep. Can't fight unless the markets are closed. Can't have Nvidia losing value. Can't have Tesla losing billions of dollars. Can't have the oil price going up because of the war. Only Saturdays and Sundays. Fridays after 4. So I guess in 13 hours the war will start again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Now, Donald Trump has continued to insist that Iran wants to make a deal, even though they keep saying that they're not.
I don't want reality. Donald Trump has told Iran that Washington will be its worst nightmare if it doesn't agree to a peace plan. The US president made those comments ahead of a cabinet meeting this Thursday in which he's called Iran lousy fighters but great negotiators. Despite his claim that negotiations have been taking place this week, Iran's foreign ministry has denied this, saying there's just simply communication through so-called friendly countries. Trump, though, has been insistent that operations are ahead of schedule.
So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. Deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal.
A lot ahead of schedule.
And at the same time, Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff has confirmed that Washington has sent a 15-point peace plan to Tehran without giving details. Let's cross live now to Iran's capital, where we're met by Reza Sayah over the phone, our correspondent there. Reza, thanks for joining us. Just in terms of any negotiations, it's all coming from the side of Washington so far. What have we heard from Tehran? Have they confirmed any talks are taking place?
They do confirm that messages are being exchanged, but they say these are not legitimate negotiations. The issue is that there have been so many conflicting and confusing statements coming from the White House regarding negotiations. Mr. Trump saying the Iranians are begging for an agreement, begging for an off-ramp. Yesterday he said the Iranians gave him a present. Now he's saying Washington could be Iran's worst nightmare. It's impossible to say if any of these statements have any substance. Statements from the Iranian officials here in Tehran seem to be more consistent and easy to figure out. What Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, confirms is that messages are being exchanged using intermediaries. Pakistan seems to be playing a key role here. Araghchi says he doesn't see these as legitimate talks, but he confirms that Tehran has seen Washington's proposal. Tehran has rejected the proposal and put forth a 5-point proposal of its own.
It's like Donald Trump. It's like Donald Trump is like negotiating with himself. It's like watching a child play with like army men or something like that. He was just having fun by himself. Like that's what it looks like, from over here. Like it genuinely seems like Donald Trump is negotiating with himself. Like Iran's like, look, we're not actually negotiating. We've been getting messages from Pakistan because the United States keeps sending, messages saying, hey, you up? But we're like, no, we're not up. We're in the middle of being really upset right now. That's kind of what it seems like. But Donald Trump continues to insist that there's actual negotiations going on. While simultaneously lobbing threats.
Now, the Trump administration has passed a copy of its 15-point peace plan to Iran, and the Iranians have passed their 5-point version to the Americans via the Pakistani government. But that's as far as it goes. No deal so far, not even close. Meanwhile, more US troops are on their way to the Gulf, and Israel said it has killed Iran's Navy commander, Ali Rezi Tangsiri, who it called directly responsible for blocking shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not commented on the killing and carried out strikes on Kuwait, Bahrain, and Abu Dhabi, where 2 people were killed today. Here's Harry Fawcett.
Iran today determined to display its continuing capacity to wage war for all the talk of competing routes to peace. a barrage of missiles and messaging. This, the Army Ground Forces commander said to be visiting border troops, saying every inch of territory would be defended against a ground invasion. That's becoming an ever more prominent warning, to the point that the Islamic Republic is now arming female supporters to uphold security. If that's a first, there is military precedent for another announcement today. A senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard official saying children as young as 12 could now register to man Basij militia checkpoints. Today, the air assault went on unwavering. This, the Gulf port city of Bandar Abbas, targeted by Israel overnight. An assassination strike, it said, killed this man, Admiral Alireza Tangsiri, for the last 8 years head of the IRGC Navy.
This man has a great deal of blood on his hands, and in addition, he was the one who led the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is another example of the cooperation.
Benjamin Netanyahu accusing anybody of having blood on their hands is fucking hilarious. This dude's the world's most notorious war criminal in the middle of a literal genocide. Blood on your hands.
Give me a joke.
But the war again being felt inside Israel. Nahariya in the north hit by Hezbollah rocket fire that followed waves of Iranian missiles dropping cluster bombs. In the Palestinian-Israeli town of Kfar Qasim, life and death decided by the time it takes to walk from your car.
What happened today with my wife and son was a miracle. Thank God. God was merciful to them. Death was very close. They barely escaped.
From US Central Command today, the latest images of Operation Epic Fury, 10,000 targets and counting. The president telling Iran to get serious about negotiations while it still could.
We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know?
Around the cabinet table, in the midst of the now customary Operation Epic Sycophancy,
the president summarized this very ably.
Thank you for doing the work.
Seriously, Donald Trump is surrounded by a human AI, but like a really stupid one without access to the internet. That's just there to make him feel like it's just there to like pad his ego. You know, like everybody is here to just repeat back everything Donald Trump says to him and say, "What a great idea." Let's work on that. Like literally, like it's the South Park. It's like literally the South Park episode about it's like just, but it's humans. It's just a bunch of humans here to be sycophants for one man, all working together with the combined competency of less than one fully functional human being.
Of the free world. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security.
Confirmation from the man who was leading negotiations before the war that a 15-point plan had been communicated to Iran via Pakistan.
We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large.
But an Iranian official told the Reuters news agency the proposal was unfair and one-sided. Its own counter included formalizing control over the Strait of Hormuz, even charging a toll for safe passage.
I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens.
Two things are due to happen tomorrow. Trump's latest deadline for fully reopening the Strait is set to expire, even if he was less than firm on that today. And with speculation about a US seizure of Karg Island, crucial to Iran's oil exports, more than 2,000 US Marines are set to arrive in the region.
Well, as you saw, Donald Trump has had another marathon cabinet meeting, which amounts to a fealty round robin. And let's go to Kieran Woodley now, who's on Capitol Hill for us. Kieran Woodley in Washington.
Yes, Matt, I'm here in the Senate office buildings where I've actually been talking to American activists who are opposed to US involvement overseas. And, you know, I keep on thinking about something Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said a few days ago when she was talking about these potential talks with Iran. And she said, these are sensitive discussions and the US will not negotiate through the press. But, I mean, this is Donald Trump. He does everything through the press, all through that cabinet meeting, which lasted an hour and 14 minutes.
It's a great point. Donald, you're not going to negotiate through the press? Donald Trump, who literally lives and breathes the press. Like, every single one of his thoughts is either tweeted on Truth Social or said directly to somebody in that guy. This is coming from the same administration that allowed an editor, unintentionally, but allowed the editor of the Atlantic magazine into a classified discussion around airstrikes in Yemen. I mean, they really have been historically transparent. I'll give them that much. But not in a good way. Now, you'll be shocked to hear that earlier today, as stock markets tumbled in the United States, Donald Trump extended the deadline to 10 days for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, backing down on his own original deadline.
Donald Trump says he has decided to hold off bombing Iran's power plants for another 10 days and that talks with Iran are ongoing. The deadline for the 5-day pause in strikes was due to run out tomorrow night, but a short time ago, the president said he was extending that pause until April the 6th. The move came shortly after US stock markets saw their biggest daily fall since the start of the war and oil prices rose again, as investors worried about when the almost month-long conflict might end. Here's our chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue.
As these latest pictures from the Pentagon show, there's no let-up in the military action in this war, even if all the talk for the past 3 days has been about back-channel communications and possible peace deals. While the president has repeatedly talked about talks, the White House has been silent about exactly what kind of peace deal is on the table, finally confirming a 15-point plan. They're begging for a deal, said the president, and if they don't agree, it will be their worst nightmare.
But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to.
But despite the tough talk, the president has again backed away from his second deadline to destroy Iran's energy infrastructure, writing in a post, "As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April the 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing and, despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well."
They're going very, very well. And that's by giving Iran a longer deadline. This guy is demented. This guy is fucking demented. I'm glad that we're going to get more peace. I'm sure that there's no way Donald Trump between now and April 6th will decide to attack Iran. Same guy who's sending thousands of troops to the region. Now, those troops may be met by a horrible surprise, according to Iran. Talk about that. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from...
Now, for the view
6
from
hours
Tehran,
ago.
as airstrikes continue and the U.S. claims to be negotiating with the Islamic Republic. For that, we turn again to special correspondent Reza Sayah. Reza, what's the atmosphere like in Tehran right now?
John, more airstrikes on this 27th day of this war, starting at around 8 p.m. local time here in the capital. We heard the unnerving roar of jet fighters above the skies in Tehran, followed by several earth-shaking explosions. State media reporting the airstrikes targeted at least 4 locations in Tehran, including some near Mehrabad Airport. This is the civilian airport in Tehran that has already been targeted a couple of times in this conflict. The Revolutionary Guard continues to hit back. State media reporting that over the past 24 hours, its forces, Hezbollah forces, and Iraqi militia groups launched 230 operations targeting U.S. interest in Israeli positions in the region. At this hour, things are quiet in Tehran with the exception of numerous major squares where Iranians have gathered every night to show solidarity and support for Iranian forces. Throughout this conflict, many have been eager to see if or when anti-government protesters will show up in the streets. 4 weeks into this conflict, we've neither seen or heard any reports of any anti-government protests happening.
What's the government there saying about negotiations with the United States?
Well, there's been so many conflicting and confusing statements coming from the White House regarding negotiations. Mr. Trump saying talks are happening, the Iranians are begging for an agreement. This week he said Iranians gave him a present. So sometimes it's hard for Iranian officials to make sense of these statements. Statements from the Iranian officials here in Tehran seem to be more consistent and easy to figure out. What Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi confirms is that messages are being exchanged using intermediaries. Pakistan is playing a key role. He says Tehran has seen Washington's 15-point proposal. Tehran has rejected the proposal and put forth its own proposal demanding a guarantee for no more wars, reparations, and authority over the Strait of Hormuz. So both sides are making lofty demands, and it's not clear how they're going to bridge their huge gaps or if this exchange of messages is going to continue. What is clear is that as this war drags on, Iran seems to be getting more confident in believing that they've absorbed and survived U.S. and Israeli blows, and they're at least projecting the message that they're in the driver's seat. But obviously Washington is trying to do the same thing.
Are there any concerns there about the possibility of a land invasion?
Tehran says it's taking the threats of a land invasion seriously. State media today quoted military officials in saying that they have long known that this was a possibility, and they've been preparing for it. And here's another sign that suggests Iran's confidence has grown. We're seeing bolder, more daring statements from Tehran. State media reported today, if a ground invasion happens, Iranian forces have a surprise in store for American troops, and the surprise won't be more missiles and drones. It'll be something else.
Fairly cryptic message from the IRGC. If U.S. troops invade Iran, any Iranian territory, including Karg Island, that they'll be met by a surprise. And that surprise is not missiles or drones. What that means, I do not know. Apparently, Donald Trump is weighing the invasion of several Iranian islands in the Strait of Hormuz, not just Karg Island. There's I think like a dozen or so islands in the Gulf, maybe more actually. Let's go here to CNN from 5 hours ago.
Trump is weighing several options that could result in heavy U.S. casualties.
It's a heavy sentence to say, but that's the reality. And according to Axios, on top of invading Kharg Island, a move that Trump, of course, we've pointed out, has talked about since 1988, the Pentagon is also drawing up scenarios that involve military action on several other Iranian islands. Those islands key to Iran's oil production, as well as control over the Strait of Hormuz itself. Axios is now reporting specifically on some other possible invasions, and I know Seth had spent time talking about 2 other islands closer to the Strait of Hormuz, and also seizing the Iranian ships that are carrying Iranian oil, even as they've taken away the sanctions that would allow Iran to sell that oil. But, being contradictory doesn't stop them. Does it sound to you that we're on the verge of a potentially dramatic escalation?
It does, Aaron. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but the likelihood has increased that it will happen. And what we're looking at is the increase in the force posture by the U.S. forces. The fact that not only do we have about 50,000 troops in the region right now, but we are also getting more. We're getting more airplanes, more Air Force squadrons are coming in, fighter squadrons are coming in. We have, of course, the 2 MEUs that are, one is basically there already and the other one is approaching. And then you also have, of course, the 82nd Airborne. So all of those elements are critical elements for America's firepower in general, and they don't make deployments like this just to have an exercise. This is a demonstration of force that could easily be used for actual combat operations.
And every time so far that Trump has done that in this situation, frankly, even with Venezuela, he's used it. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's the trend. Seth, when we talk about Abu Musa and 2 other smaller islands, you had talked about those. Axios is now reporting that he is indeed looking at those, and you had already said that was possibly a very likely option because they're in the Strait as opposed to hundreds of miles north of the Strait, which is where Kharg Island lies. So if Abu Musa is the target, then what does that look like?
Well, I think, Aaron, we've already seen partially what it looks like because what we've seen is U.S. aircraft striking a range of different targets on Abu Musa and several of those islands there. What that means is they're trying to target any air defense systems on there, stockpiles of weapons, any bunkers, communications centers, where if they do end up landing forces there, they're trying to limit the resistance that is faced.
Seems like a terrible plan. But as you can see all these islands. It's definitely more than a dozen, and a few larger ones. I'm not sure which one of these is Kharg Island. Actually, I think it's over here. Isn't it? I can't remember. Apparently Donald Trump weighing an invasion of multiple islands in the Strait of Hormuz, even though he's simultaneously claiming that we're doing peace. So someone explain to me the conflict there. All right, people. I'm afraid to say, but we are nearly done with the stream. Nearly done. 5 hours in. I know it's early, but like I said, it was just a Iran update, a briefer than normal stream. We will still, of course, have a normal Friday week-ending report stream tonight. Regular weekend streams. Tonight was just really a bonus. Bonus stream. The U.S. will be in turmoil under Trump. It's already in turmoil under Trump. Will be. Already currently turmoil. All right, people. Great job for making it this far. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 7 hours ago. Well, Donald Trump is, according to them, calling for treason charges against the media over coverage on Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Right to jail, right away.
The narrative on social media is messy and it's chaotic. Trump, though, is clear. Media companies should face treason charges for fake news on the Iran war. The president accusing them of lies and paying gigantic salaries to late-night morons. The White House instead using its socials to push its own message that the US is winning its war a hole in one. Brendan Carr, the head of the Federal Communications Commission, threatening broadcasters, fall in line or lose your license. And the response to that, pretty damning. Some calling Carr an absolute joke, saying he should get locked up, and that this is almost...
This meme is fucking amazing. Oh my glorious leader will only allow funny people like Rob Schneider on TV. Look at Carolyn Levitt. Oh my god. And Trump is Kim Jong-un. Oh my god. Or Kim Jong-il, maybe. I don't know. Mao Zedong? Not clear. Look at that. That is some great... That is some great... Is that AI? It's probably AI. That's okay. I can live with it. That is fucking hilarious. She really is the best Ministry of Truth representative we could have ever asked for. Supreme Leader truly deserves Caroline Levitt.
It's as bad as North Korea. The truth online is... What is the truth? Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro is saying Democrats and podcasters are spreading Iran propaganda syndrome. Others saying podcasters like Shapiro are at war with each other over that Iran narrative.
We deserve this, honestly, Maddie. We deserve this.
And then the complete opposite, that MAGA isn't split at all, and it's all just noisy influences. But the distrust in mainstream media, it's hard to avoid.
The media support the enemy. They always do.
Media accused of supporting Iran and in the same breath of laundering US-Israeli propaganda. Listen, I know it's a lot, but luckily on social media, the only noise you're getting is the noise you want to hear.
Yes. Noises.
Yeah!
Social media noises. Take it all in, Space Fams. All right, people. Final clip of the night. Not really a clip. It is the Al Jazeera live stream. Once again, to round it all out. To get us as up to date as we possibly can be at this moment. Thanks for being with us here at the Galactic News Network. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit the bell icon and the like button too, really helps out. Helps us both out. I mean, the bell icon's gonna let you know whenever we're live. Without that, you might miss a stream. That would suck.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Like button helps us with the algorithm.
Leave or die threats in Lebanon demanding that people go north of the Zahrani River.
Totally a great way to help the stream out without having to donate financially in any way at all. But of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you, and your donations help keep us alive. Your YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power up subs, gifted subs, donations on Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon all keep us alive.
Washington is sending mixed signals. It's talking about diplomacy while it's also sending more forces to the Middle East. President Donald Trump has again extended his deadline for attacking Iran's power plants. In a social media post, he said he would give Tehran another 10 days to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But airstrikes have continued across Iran. Now, these are images from some of the latest Israeli-U.S. bombardment on a residential area in Tehran. Rescue workers are searching the rubble for bodies. In the city of Qom, at least 6 people have been killed in an overnight attack on 3 homes. Now, meanwhile, Gulf leaders are warning that the effects of the war are going to be far-reaching. The Gulf Cooperation Council says critical shipping routes are being disrupted, raising fears of global food shortages.
This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. Prices have risen, the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz is almost closed, which affects navigation. Supply chains are also affected, and they must be protected. This is a joint international responsibility. What represents a threat today will only get worse, and this will contribute to wider damage that will hit the digital economy.
We've got a team of correspondents following the latest developments in Dubai, Beirut, Ramallah and Tehran. That's where Tawhid Asadi is live for us. So Donald Trump, Tawhid, is extending his deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. He's delayed a possible strike on Iran's energy sites, but that hasn't stopped the U.S. from hitting other targets. What more can you tell us?
Well, actually, the reality on the ground shows that we see the continuation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis targeting different locations across the Iranian capital and across the country. We know that over the past few hours, we were able to hear the sounds related to the activation of the air defense system. And of course, overnight, we hear...
So the United States is still doing airstrikes? Wait, so we're still doing airstrikes, we're just not doing the illegal attacks on civilian infrastructure. Okay, I get it. So the war is not even, it's not even a ceasefire. It's just, it's a pause on the specific war crimes of attacking power plants. Okay, that makes sense. So we're still doing tag teams with Israel. Great.
Sounds of fighter jets flying overhead and these massive sounds of explosion in different parts of the capital. And we have reports from different cities such as Tabriz, Urumiyeh, Qom, Isfahan, and other cities, which also indicates the continuation of these airstrikes nationwide. And obviously, that comes while Tehran is also talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strike on the other hand, and they're talking about new waves to target the Israeli territories and, of course, the U.S. bases or U.S. assets across the region. Practically or operationally speaking, this is the part of the reality. And the other part is that diplomatically speaking, we don't see that much of hope when it comes to a potentiality of engagement. The U.S. president is talking about the potentiality for talks, but Iran says right now it's not option on the table. And we hear from different officials on that. For example, the foreign minister came out very recently to say that it's not going to actually negotiate with the United States. They're saying that the most important precondition for any negotiation would be the halting of these sustained airstrikes, one. And two, we know that there is this cloud of mistrust when it comes to possibility of negotiation between these two sides, seeing all the complexities and seeing all the historical background, particularly when it comes to the very idea of negotiation. Iran says it was already involved in the trajectory of diplomatic engagement with the United States over the past 9-10 months, is not once but twice, when all of a sudden the country faced this campaign of airstrikes. So that is just creating a sort of a negative vibe when it comes to this potentiality. And we know that the United States has sent the Iranians via a mediator a 15-point plan, and it was not really welcomed here in Tehran. The diplomatic source with whom we had a conversation called it unreasonable and extremely maximalist. And of course, the Iranian side is also going with another list of demands, which I think it's not going to be easy to be discussed when it comes to the positions taken by the U.S. President Donald Trump.
Tawhid Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. Well, Iran continues to attack across Israel. Warning sirens have been activated in several locations in the early hours of Friday. Iran launched missiles towards sites in southern and central regions. Israel says it's intercepted several of those strikes. Well, Nida Ibrahim is following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And just talk us through these latest Iranian strikes on Israel and the kind of impact that they're having.
Well, the latest strike took place just a few minutes ago in southern Israel after the Israeli home front warned people of a missile incoming from Iran into southern Israel. Now, according to Channel 12, the Israeli channel, they say that that missile had been intercepted with no casualties whatsoever, but these missiles still keep sending Israelis into shelters, fortified places, specifically sometimes worrying Israelis because they don't have time to go to these shelters and they cannot be safe from them. At the same time, Hezbollah is keeping the pressure up on Israel by targeting the communities in northern Israel, specifically with drones as well as anti-tank missiles. As we see the situation inside southern Lebanon, with the government trying to push for more troops inside, trying to occupy more lands, to do what they call a security buffer zone. But at the same time, this strategy, this whole operation is facing a lot of backlash, a lot of pushback from military analysts, from certain government officials, from also politicians who have been saying that the price that the Israeli army will pay inside Lebanon is heavy, particularly that the benefit or that the gain, as admitted by the Israeli military, would not be equal to what the costs are. Why? Because the Israeli officials say that they won't be able to stop Hezbollah from threatening communities in northern Israel with missiles just by a ground invasion. They say that this requires a political agreement with the Lebanese government. So all of this strategy is in question, and we're hearing more and more voices inside Israel questioning it. Let's listen in to Yair Lapid, the head of the opposition in Israel.
The IDF is stretched to the limit and beyond. The government is leaving the army wounded out on the battlefield. The government is sending the army into a multi-front war without a strategy, without the necessary means, and with far too few soldiers.
This is an election year in Israel, so we are of course expecting many parties to try and weigh in, to try and lobby for themselves, specifically now that a recent poll shows that the opposition, should the elections be held now, have more seats and will get more seats than the coalition of Benjamin Netanyahu. This is something that he will need to address. He will need to try and calm down the population, the public, specifically that the same poll says that 53% of Israelis are dissatisfied with the government's ways, with the government's operations and handling of the war with Lebanon. This cannot be said, the same cannot be said about the war with Iran, where we've seen 54% of Israelis satisfied with the way the Israeli government is handling the war. So the issue with Lebanon is becoming a tricky one for this government, and it needs to weigh its options and see how it can continue to have public support for this war going forward.
Nida Abraham.
Yeah, and the more casualties and destruction seen in Israel, like I said before earlier today, I do feel like it's the support for this war is going to begin waning. I think a lot of people in Israel have gone for too long thinking that wars come with zero consequences. But Iran has, I think, reminded many people that there in fact are and can be consequences for Israel and people living in Israel. Ay, ay, ay. I do fear this thing is going to continue on for some time. It would be nice if I was wrong about one of these terrible predictions of mine. Alright, people, well, it's a half stream. Slightly longer than a half stream. Well, we made it through another stream. And thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Willa Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hunt 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people have helped produce the show that your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.